Good morning, everyone. Nvidia finally accepting its fate. I don't know. Eurozone just raised their funds rate by 0.5. So we'll see what the reaction to that is. Dixie likes it a lot. Nope, but I have 5 red shirts, and if I wear one every day, hopefully the market crashes. I'll put mine on too, right? It's perfect logic. Although really I'm probably just going to attract the bulls. Dad, can we watch Christine the Ascot Lagarde speak today? I'd prefer not to. Is it gonna be in English? When do you think do you think big players pull the plug on those ETFs and calls? I would imagine when they're done selling their bags to the poors and mutual funds. Dress for the market you want, not the market you have. Yes. ECB still way behind at 3.5 though. Still, zero point 0.5 is a big bump. And people are already afraid of bonds. You need to start wearing green shirts so the market goes up. I don't want the market to go up. Well, not until next week. Keep it up VIX instead of Upstart? Sure, when it starts trading on WeBull, I'll do that. The Swiss National Bank did pretty much the same that was done in the US. Take treasuries against loans for CS. What do you think about that? That's fine. I mean, I think there was also just straight up loans that occurred there. But yeah, that's, I mean, Credit Suisse is nearly too big to fail. It's exposed to, or exposes global markets to systemic risk. So I didn't expect them to allow it to die. I don't think they will either. If they need to step in more, I'm sure the Swiss government will. Something we haven't heard in a while, GME iBarra rate going up from 9.2 to 9.3. Cool. I think that will entice JPOW to go with 0.5. We'll see. I mean, arguably it could ease his position. Article on TOS this morning saying 0% chance of 50 BPS hike. Okay. They've been saying that like all fucking week. I mean, it's not true. They can literally do whatever they want. It's almost like they're pleading with the Fed to not raise rates, which is pathetic. Discord audio is up and running, right? No, I forgot to unmute it. Yeah. Calm down. No problem, HA. How much lower can Jamie actually go this week since it's so illiquid? Lower? Like 1360? It would need a market sell-off still to hit those prices, but it can definitely go lower. JPO throwing down the hammer with 100 BPS. That would break some things. Could you please remind me of the difference between SPX and SPXW contracts? SPXW are the weekly. SPX are probably the AM. I don't know which broker you're on. Sometimes they're listed as SPX like .am, or they're listed as SPX AM, or just straight up SPX. NVIDIA is resilient. Yes, annoyingly so. Is this March Madness? No? Oop, there goes VIX. If it goes to 1360, I'm buying at least 3 shares. Okay. I might buy a couple. Oop, look at it go. At least back to 1550. That reminds me. God, those are so fucking overpriced. These are overpriced too. That. Interesting. Ooh. Just wait. What's on Oxy here? Pretty cheap, right? It's cheap. If you expect oil to go back up again, it's a good buy. I like the price. Is this OPEX? Is SLD over? No. SLD ends on Monday morning. Around the time the OPEC settlement begins, interestingly. Anyone else having issues with options pricing using Opera? Are you just having issues with options pricing on IBKR's mobile app? Because a reinstall fixes that. I think Buffett did buy more Oxy. Morning, Gherk. Thank you for all you do. You're welcome. I'll be snowboarding today, so you may notice I'm not lurking quietly in the background as much as you usually don't. Have a great day. Enjoy snowboarding. Don't run into a tree. I think that's the biggest potential snowboarding risk. You could probably hedge that by snowboarding where there are no trees. Tasty Trade and WeBull desktop versions. Interesting. Why is it people always ask, is SLD over? It always begins Wednesday and ends Monday. I don't know. Can you remind them that there's a difference between SLD and sell-off to meet their deposit requirements? I've tried that. Is 12 to 15 as good a buy range for upstarts still a thing? Sure. At least you mentioned that some time ago. I did. The potential for upstart to go lower than 12 is now present, especially if the Fed is going to continue rate increases or increase the pace of rate increases, which could very well happen despite all the news articles to the contrary. Upstart doesn't really see any profitability as a business until the credit markets stabilize. So if it's for a long-term buy and hold, you might be able to get it cheaper in the future. If it's just for, trying to play OPEX, or you plan to sell covered calls against it, then yeah, $12 is a really good price. Ugh, I hate this range. Hmm. No, I specifically hate this range, like 3860, 3870. I don't mind 3850 or 3900 so much. All right, let's see what's going on with SPX. Ooh, puts are coming in pretty fucking heavy. Interesting. Reaction to that's going to be. Not so much at the money, but just slightly out of the money seems to be very popular. Close the gap? Let's see what futures are doing. Hmm. Futures want to close that gap. VIX at 2683. Okay, well, VIX isn't going to go below that. A little longer. Interesting. Yeah, this is going to break up a little bit here. I should be able to get out of the long side of my straddle, I think. And I think I will. Tricky. Yeah. FRC halted. Okay. Planning to enter some 330, 3900, 3950 Cs today and tomorrow, but I also want to have a downside hedge in case. Do you typically hedge specifically delta on SPX or other factors? Planning to enter 330, 3900, 3950 calls today and tomorrow. But I also want to have a downside hedge just in case. I mean, it makes sense to hedge on the instrument that you're using. ECB did 0.5, I know. They promised to never talk about Bobby, and here they are talking about Bobby. Oh, okay. Well, you know, they can't help themselves. They have bags, and they're really heavy. I would hedge any puts given Yellen is going to speak at 10. She's likely to say anything to make people comfortable. Yeah, I agree. Should we listen to that? Bobby Holder's a $10 cost basis, absolutely killing it after this massive 10-cent face melter. Hey, Gherk, can you look at Meta? I got into some 324, 192.50 Ps because tech seems over exuberant. Now I'm wondering if I'm regarded. You do not have enough theta to bet against tech right now. As far as the American public, or at least their financial advisors, are concerned, tech is not only safer than treasuries, with more growth potential than the current yield rate, but it's safer than banks, too. Bobby up 9 cents? Re. Alright. If not now, then in a week it will be. 9 cents is like a 40% move for Bobby. It's huge for it because it's a worthless pile of shit. I'm so sad my AMC puts would have hella printed if I bought 3 more days of theta. Alternatively, you could just never buy contracts on AMC and lead a much more happy and productive life. Also, your wife would sleep with you more often. My guy, I'll tell you right now, it's a great time to sell growth and move to value with slightly higher weighting in short-term maturity bonds. I know a guy. Yeah, I know you know a guy. Feud's weak and struggling. 4,000 incoming. I think Feuds are gonna fill the rest of that gap. So there's still a chance for. Well, I guess the gap's filled. I still think there might be another test of 39.15 here, though. I kind of want to buy some puts, but I expect SPX to maybe push for the gap. Or we're very close. If it fails, that's super fucking bearish. There it goes. There should be a little pumpies. Is that a rapper? Is there a rapper called Lil Pumpies? There should be. What's a great rap name? 414, 235. NVIDIA puts enough theta. Odd date to choose. I think you might run into some liquidity issues on that options chain, given that those are a weekly expiration. 421 might be a bit better. Rumors are that the dollar is going to be backed by NVIDIA. True? I mean, the dollar's already a soft good. I assume you consider the safety of tech a misjudgment. Bruce Wayne. The most capital-intensive industry in a failing bank environment? Worthless? Absolutely not. NVIDIA retouching 244 and rejection. Good put entry? Could be. You like puts? I like puts. Gherk, NVIDIA 500 gives us a 0.07% dividend. So much growth. Just wait till NVIDIA releases their mid-range card for $750, a totally reasonable price. Well, I think we fill the gap on SPX, right? So the futures gap's already filled in, but I think well, they at least try to fill this. Maybe I'll pick up like a put in advance of the attempt. Because if we fail at 38.80 here, things get real bearish. overpriced. Hmm. Yep, that's pretty bearish. Hey, random question. Did you take delivery on 2.5 tons of uranium? No particular reason I'm asking. I don't know what you're talking about. Are you talking about the missing uranium? You look handsome as Ditto, Gherk. Thanks, Blueberry Batman. Yellen's prepared testimony is already out. Oh, okay, that's not exciting. I only want to know about things that can surprise the market. I like cheap GME calls. They're fun. IV's been moving up. Hey, Gherk, I want to say thanks for choosing to protect our money over our feelings. People need it. Keep doing what you do. Thanks, Cody. Do you think we can hit 3,800 today? It's possible, but unlikely. Do they typically short GME into earnings? How would potential OPEX change this? It may not. I mean, we'll probably just run because GME earnings is after market close on T+2 on the final day of T+2. I don't think they'll be able to stave it off that long. We've had earnings in the middle of an OPEX before. That was the worst. Greetings from the wharf. Greetings. Or ahoy? Wall bank downgrade by Fitch. Okay. You realize so quickly that you look awesome with red clothes. Thanks. Are you sure that missing uranium isn't part of SRF's holdings and that's why the price is down? That's not how SRF's holdings work, but 2.5 million tons of missing uranium is pretty dope for SRF. I don't know where it is, but Gherk, are Yellen and JPAL the mom and dad of the market? Kind of. Would you expect that more downside is hinging on the Fed rate next week, or has the behind-the-scenes sell-off gone too far to stop now? I think it still largely hinges on the Fed decision next week. Synthetic long on GME. You could. You like this price? SPX sub 3850 today. Are they going to pump it with options? We'll find out. We're definitely in a range where an options pump is an option. Although difficult and pretty expensive. Manifesting red candles with red shirts. That's what I'm trying to do. Yellen seems like a nice old lady. It reminds me of the mole man from The Simpsons. I can see those red lips wrapped around a Trader Joe's ice cream sandwich. All right, I'm gonna fucking lose the shirt if this keeps up. What happened with the hearts I could spam on mobile? I don't know. Maybe they took it away from me. Gherk, I'm down 300. Good job. That was quick. How long would you hold your April GME calls if we do not run? I don't know, like 3 days? Gherk, I expect a lot of downside in the market moving forward. Random listener, is this a good price to enter a long position? Other people have hearts. Just not for you, Chicken Tender Daddy. You happen to be wearing red pants today, too? No. They're black and blue. I'm wearing black and blue pants. Red is the color of desire. I don't like this. How low can Upstart get to? Like 12 bucks? 12.50? Can we pray for 38.30 on SPX again so I can play SPX calls for cheap next week? That'd be cool. I'd love to see 3800 before the end of this week. I think it's possible. I'd still appreciate your innocent, honest description of your pants for me. Never change. I'll try not to. If you were wearing red pants, would you show us? No, because I'd be embarrassed to own them. No, my pants color is not a metaphor for the market today. Tell us the story of the guy at the bar who thought Nvidia was $300. He was just some fucking Wall Street cuck hanging out with his buddies. And then he was like, I'm fucking long Nvidia. And I was like, I'm short Nvidia. And then he was like, bro, Nvidia's gonna pay for my wedding. And I'm like, why do you think that? Did you see their earnings? And he was like, man, they fucking own Chat GPT. And I'm like, that's a different company. And he's like, I don't care. Nvidia's going to $300. And I was like, all right, man. Good luck. And that was pretty much the entirety of the conversation. Noted, innocent Ingrid. No, nobody attempted to kiss each other. The AI is pleased. Is it possible that this young man was Ken Griffin's nephew and he knows things that we don't? I think it's possible that he was someone's nephew. I I tried to like listen to more of their conversation, but it was really loud. I think they were at Merrill, but I'm not sure. So you found Superstock in real life? How frightening. Oh man, you should hang out in bars in the financial district sometime. Superstock's not even that bad. That's what shorts are up against. Stupidity with probably a lot of money. Does it worry you that NVIDIA 300 guy votes, drives, and participates in society? It used to. Did you tell his future wife that this is what a real trader looks like and then take his house? No. You strike me as a guy who would jump on in a random convo in a bar. You don't strike me as a guy who... Oh, really? I sit in front of thousands of people every day and talk about complete fucking nonsense of bidets. Do I strike you as a shy person? What's an ideal Vega play on upstart leaps? I don't know, like 25 or 30 probably. Upstart generally doesn't pick up a ton of implied volatility. Oh my god, we're gonna fill the gap. Uh, we're not just gonna fill it, we're gonna overfill it. I know how you separated bidets from nonsense. Well, I mean they're not nonsense. They're very important. To be honest, it's more like hundreds of people and not thousands. There's 3,500 members. And like 12,000 unique viewers a day. I know, I looked at the data last night. I was really disappointed. To be fair, most of the members are Cornishons. And probably didn't pay to be Cornishons. But Snap looking nice today. Yeah, they think they're gonna ban TikTok again. It kind of is. Google is trash. NVIDIA target for OPEX? I don't know. I hope it doesn't go to 250. I sold calls there. When trading options on WeBull, can you place stops based on the underlying price or just the options price? The options price, but the options have their own chart. James T. I'll just go with James T. Although you really should go by James Street. DBI earnings were pretty good today. Could be a long-term recession play. Maybe. The people who watch this channel do not like this channel, Aira. There's a difference. There's like 3 people a month that pay for Cornish on themselves. Hey, man. Don't make fun of the 5 Long Johnsons either, okay? Average down your 38.55 here. I'm thinking about it, or I'm just going to close it. Huh. That was interesting. Yes. Ooh. Did I just like dodge that fucking stop loss hunt by 10 cents? I did. Nice. Juked. Um, Beautifully put, Chicken Tender Daddy. Thank you so much for being a part of this. When am I no longer a poor? I don't know. Do you have money? Around then, usually. Random handful of Google Class A calls for April 105 and 110. Thoughts? I would appreciate your thoughts. Thanks, Gherk. Really? I mean, they're okay. They're not bad calls. 105's all right. I don't know if Google will hit 110 during OPEX. That might be a bit of a stretch. That's a big market cap jump. Upscore cost to borrow is 5% in the last day. Up 5% in the last day? That's good. Mr. Finch, I would like to take this opportunity to thank Gherk and the Quants for their countless hours of research that help us all be better traders. Also, what bars in New York City allow centaurs? Oh, we're protected. We're a protected group. I mean, they are. They're a protected group. You kind of sort of talked about Bobby again. Uh-oh. Promises are important. uh, don't piss off Fluffy. He really doesn't like Bobby. Historically, quad witching Fridays have large downs. Do you think that's our best bet for touching 3,800? Assuming it happens at all. It could be, yeah. Depending on positioning and all that. I mean, we could test 3,800 today. To be perfectly frank, it's there's plenty of there's plenty of fucking puts. Am I Theta Gang with Nvidia May 200s? That's not a bad position, especially if you bought it in like the upper 240 range. Here we go. Is there a downside resistance here? Yes. Just crush it. Crush right through it. Straight down. Fix up. Is Nvidia affected positively by OPEX? Usually, although I think most of the shorts have already squeezed out on it. Put up Nvidia so it goes down. I have a credit spread for 245 for this week. I need it under that tomorrow. Ooh. Greedy. It's not Theta Gang, though. Theta Gang is selling Theta. He could sell Theta against it. I was making money off Bobby for a good while after you exited. I just don't like the RBBY people. Is it because they're crazy? Or stupid? Or both? Imagine how much NVIDIA will rip during OPEX if it performs like this during SLD. Okay. VIX down, price up. That's the way we like to trade. Okay, call holder. Holder of 0 DTE calls. Nope, let's got more room to the downside. Although 950 seems like a good place to... maybe not. 8? Yes. Did I miss an opportunity to get out of my call hedge? Possibly. Imagine shorting NVIDIA at 180. Lol, this bitch is going to 300 easy. Okay. I'm trying to trick the market into inversing me. Who the fuck shorted NVIDIA at 180? I started shorting NVIDIA at 213. Ooh, that's free money. Hold on a second here. Oh, yep, that's gonna fail more, isn't it? Where does it start to get nasty? What's the nasty price? Ooh, okay, yeah. Just straight down here, huh? I guess 3860 could bounce. Hmm. Zook's gonna go back above 27? I was get stopped out right before the big turnarounds. Stops are too tight? That stop loss hunt you dodged by 10 cents nailed me. Oh, that one was pretty tricky. That's I can't fault you for that one. I kind of just got lucky there. How much DT do you get on selling NVIDIA 250C? Like 14? I mean, most of this week I was selling them for this Friday. I've also been closing them out when it drops because they're risky to hold open. But when NVIDIA pumps on like the back of like the big NQ pumps, they go up a lot. Like the volatility picks up on them a lot. So they're a really good sell at the peak, and then you can just You can usually close them like before the end of the day for a profit. So I got stopped out on one of those. Uh, no, that still looks pretty weak. Where this pumps to. 39, 38. 38.80? Buy this. 870. Well, and I didn't even get a chance to do that. Futures look like they're just going to continue to fail here. There's a little bit of support at 3,900 on futures, but it's not a lot. That bounce had like declining volume pretty much all the way into the peak here, so very weak. It's too bad I got stopped out on that. Well, I got stopped out of one contract on that. I don't remember what fucking price I got stopped out at though. Was it 950? I closed the call side of my straddle already at 39.90. I have a longer dated like wide strangle to protect my upside, but that's for March 24th, but the straddle from last night's closed. Looks like a nice head and shoulder set coming up on SPX. A little bit, yeah. You know what? Maybe I'll pick up a 38.50. Maybe I could get that around 8.50. Probably not, but I can try. Damn, that went up quick. Oh. Fine. It's really more than I want to spend on it. Yeah, it's not worth it. 40s are too expensive. 80? Nope. Futures still haven't lost support here. VIX is starting to move up though, so chances of it losing support are going up. Is Nvidia the world reserve currency now? Yes. So you close your entire straddle or just the long side? I was straddled at 38.75 and I've only closed the long side so far. I'm strangled at 39.20, 38.30. When SLD is over, what happens if everyone just loads up on short positions? Reverse OPEX? Yes. Which I fully expect to happen. Really don't want to sell me this 38.50, huh? Come on. Where's the bulls? So oil's starting to drop again. Jesus Christ, oil's down to 65 a barrel? Ooh. NASDAQ just slipped negative, or NQ did. I should have just bought puts every day on Russell. Russell's just dissolving. Any thoughts on AMD? I have some deep in the money CC expiring tomorrow that I have to roll. Why do you have deep in the money cover calls that expire tomorrow? It's going to take a while for it to come down, but I still think it'll come down quite a bit throughout the rest of this year. SAX looks like it's going to be pretty tight sideways today. Interesting. That's one take. I don't think so. I think if futures slip 3900 here, we're probably gonna have a tasty dip. Maybe 38.40, but probably more like 38.50. Thanks for teaching me to DCA into call options. Okay, you're welcome. Did you ever find yourself hating buying NVIDIA puts? No, I love buying NVIDIA puts. Like, sometimes I look at the NVIDIA price, get disgusted, and buy another put. Oh, okay, that's different. That is what I do. Or people ask me annoying questions about NVIDIA, and then I buy more puts. Like, when everyone gets really sad that their short-dated puts are, like, losing value because NVIDIA is above 240, then I buy more puts. So next week, uppies until maybe Wednesday morning, then hard dumpies. Maybe Wednesday afternoon or Thursday. R2K is the canary in the coal mine. Yeah, it slipped like 200 BPS every day. Actually, almost at Warren Buffett prices. Yeah, it's getting very close to their last buy-in, I think. Do you still like NVIDIA April 21 200s, or is it time to position to May? I still like them, although if I get a chance to get out of them this week, I will. So if we see another test at like 3,800 on SPX, and like NVIDIA drops back into that like 228, 225 range, I'll probably close them and then roll them forward to May next week. Thanks for teaching me to love and appreciate my air fryer even more just to spite you. Buffett's been buying Oxy all week. It's a good company. And crude is cheap. right now. Very. What's major support after 3,900 on futures? 3880? 3870-ish? It's like 3868. There isn't really a lot of historic support at 3880. Gherk, win GME 25 to 30. Oh, maybe next week. I don't think 30. 30 is a stretch. But we might see like 25, 27. Oh, yeah, she's making you guys more poor today. DC. I want better than Warren Buffett prices on Oxy. Once it's below 55, I'm gonna look for a good entry right when it starts uptrending on the daily interval. Okay. Are my 331s gonna print? What do you have 331s on? Why are you buying 331s on GME? If I may be permitted to paraphrase the ECB in your response to repeated questions about financial tensions, fuck your banks, fuck all your banks. Inflation comes first. I'm sick of saying so. How do you like leaps on BTU? 25 or 24? And how far out of the money? I don't particularly with energy falling. Oh, did I get a fill? Yes. Ooh, are call sellers dumping calls at 3,900 today? That's greedy as shit. Uh, well, there's the little bounce in futures. Is that dead now? Test 3911? Does the VIX have its own support and resistance lines, or their price action derives from SPX negative price action? I mean, it does have its own support and resistance lines, but it's priced based off of the SPX contracts. Is it easy for ECB to stay a bit more impartial when it represents the entire EU? Oh, I'll find Gherk, it's my birthday. I wanted to say hi. Happy birthday, Thunder86. Congratulations. Fine, I'll buy weeklies instead of 331. Oh, Jesus. That's not the point I was making. Dad, can I use screenshots of you to make a catfish profile on Grindr? I don't care. What about Gen 24 $13 CSPs on BTU? Jan 24, $13 CSPs? You just want to, I mean, you're going to tie up $1,300 in contracts. Is it really worth it? Could you go over some strategy for call positioning for OPEX? I'm thinking April 21, 1750C for safety and a couple 25 for El Picante. That doesn't seem too bad. I mean, the 1750s aren't particularly insulated against changes in delta in the near term. So if Jamie drops, those are going to lose a shitload of value. The 25s don't have a lot of delta as it is. OI update, it's still pretty much the same. There's some calls in like the 39.70 range, and then shitloads of puts below us, some puts above us, and sold calls above us, and then long calls above that. So like 39, 39.10 and up is a little more bullish. 38.95, sorry. 38.90, 85, and 80. Still pretty bearish. It doesn't look like those have sold off much. Although a lot of call buying right now at 38.75. That went up quite a bit. 38.80. Thanks for answering my question. 20C? 20C is a little safer. I mean, you're just, when you buy those, you're very exposed to delta. So you generally want to, like, the nearer the money you get, the less time you want to hold them. I finally bought some NVIDIA puts. Nice. NVIDIA just making those large goods because they're large, mega large. Mostly pump ridiculously hard to 39.50. Puts have greater influence. I mean, puts have greater influence because the negative hedge is still fucking massive. Out of the money calls first, near the money second. Come on, guys. We've been doing this for a couple years now. I know, Hazy. Heated your advice. Sold off my 414 for a small profit. Rolled out to 421. Closer to out the money with the profits. Oh, nice. Large goods are called large because they're very large. Yeah, sometimes they're smaller. Sometimes they're a million X. Hey man, I still might be getting a divorce, not because of my trading anymore, because I'm profitable, but because I recently discovered I'm bi, and now my wife wants to leave me. All right. Well, that sucks, I guess. Or it's awesome, depending on how you feel about that. Definitely seeing some futes pumping at crucial moments. Cringe. Yeah, it's annoying. Weekly reminder that NVIDIA PE is in fact still above 130. Now it's 144. Very fairly valued. That was the roller coaster of a comment. It really was. Money plus no wife. Win-win. Yeah, you know, it sounds like it. Time for 3860p or wait a little bit more. Well, before that candle, I might have had a different opinion. I might give it a second. Is that the 3911 test? Hold on, I need to look at futures. Oh, it is. It's doing the thing. That might just keep pumping for a second. What calls are there to sell off here, though? I don't think there's very many. No. But Gamma does get a little positive around 39.05. Hmm. 16. A lot of call buyers right now. If we get another failure, I think I'm gonna switch long. Just zero DT is not further dated, but any pullback here is bearish as fuck. Yeah. Might not get one. There's so many calls coming in. I don't know how sustainable attempting to pump this is, but we've seen worse. Calls are much cheaper than puts, so time to slam zero DT calls. I mean, they are, but there's a reason the market maker is pricing them cheaper, right? Pod is set to replace SVB on S&P 500 after its addition. Seems like a real good short candidate. Rev down 40%, margins down 50%. PE like 5,000 on a 21 billion market cap. Interesting. Can I get your opinion on wildly out of the money Nvidia puts? Like June 16, 145. It looks like its price is basically bottomed. And my port is too small for anything more reasonable. Am I just too poor to short it? I have some of those positions, but I don't like I'm not buying them for them to go in the money. I don't think they're bad. I mean, they're profitable on a drop over like the next month or so to, 210, 200. When SPX 3800. If we see 3800, it will happen probably rapidly, and it's more likely to happen after an overnight move. Hmm. Interesting. GME came up a little bit on this. Kind of looks like it's going to fail. What's NVIDIA doing? Ooh. The video's failing. Is NASDAQ dropping right now? Hmm. Oh, that doesn't look bullish at all. Interesting. VIX getting stomped? Yeah. TLT go boom. Yeah, TLT's up like 2% today. Bull, bear, bull, bear then? What's he looking at? I was looking at NQ futures. If the smart thing here to do is actually to buy like a couple out of the money calls. That's a better hedge, isn't it? 20s, 250. All right. Futures same as crystal ball? No. Nailed the crowd entry at 124. Nice. Ride or die for 10-year plus play. Tesla, Amazon, Google, or Apple. Or just stick it to in VU. Roughly 17K capital. I'd probably hold on. No, I don't want that. Tesla, Amazon, Google, or Apple. I think, yeah, I mean, out of those four, Google and Apple probably have the strongest like moats. I don't know if they'd beat VU, but they might. What are they actually pumping? Nothing is moving up like SPX. SPY? I recently had my cash reach my account and I need to set up a straddle for next week. I was thinking March 31st. Okay, there it is. Then does that just fail? Okay. Future's pumped on that. Hmm. Sorry, hold on. I'm looking up the 0DT positioning here. Yeah, that might just fail there then. What the March contract look like? Where's that? Ooh, the March contract is not doing that well. A lot of volume today either. Well, it expires tomorrow, so it makes sense. ECB just finished speaking? Okay. One DT SPX 3850s? They're not very cheap. I mean, technically it pumped in the same direction on the next candle. Colorado Cav. But this might fail here. Hmm. Okay with those for now. Hmm. It's gonna push out more here. Does the positioning support a gap fill to 39.19? Not really. Well, 39.15 is 39.10, 39.15 are still kind of weak. It's possible. We do have a bigger gap up above us. Hmm. I wouldn't have expected to fill that this week, though. NVIDIA is a beast. I mean, yeah, it's very good at trading between 240 and 245. If this continues, wait for pullbacks, and if the pullback gets rejected, enter calls. I know, thanks. Can you do some quick TA on VVIX? No. They're trying to get their 3900s from yesterday in the money. Maybe. Except their 3900s yesterday expired out of the money. GME running? Ooh, fun. Now I really want to sell my calls. I don't know how sustainable this pump is. Bonds going up. Bond futures going up. Russell and Dow still down. Dixie's dropping? Okay. Interesting. Went up. Ooh, oil's moving up a bit. Netflix doing okay. Tesla's okay. Apple's doing alright. The SPY seems to be holding up pretty well. Hmm. Buy more calls? 39. Hmm. Not much room above 39.10 though. 39.20 still seems like it's kind of hard to reach. Maybe that'll fill in though. New bull market? We could start bouncing into next week, yeah. Not a bull market, but a bounce. Hmm. Yeah, puts us at about 39.15. I mean, everything's pumping right now. Those 3,900 calls were bought? Which ones? No, there was negative gamma. 3,900 still has a shitload of negative gamma. Especially for tomorrow. Well, tomorrow's a little better, but 39.50 has a ton for tomorrow. Yeah, all expirations. 3,900 still a big thick boy. Negative 35 million. Banking crisis bullish. When will y'all learn? When we were at 38.70, I think we may see 39.20, 39.40 today. It's getting closer to it at least. It's possible. I would need to see more call volume come in to go that high. 39.20 is not out of the question. Although I think if we hit 39.20, then we have a chance at 39 like 40. High interest rates and bank failures are a good sign of bull markets. Banking crisis is bullish. Bank saved. Fed dude pumping the market right now? Who's speaking? Building permits are up, which is absurd. Jobless claims are down. Okay, that's kind of bullish. Permits are up. Starts are up. I'm surprised Dow's not doing better today. Philadelphia manufacturing index looks like garbage. Still. Building permits being up is interesting. Cover my bases here. Probably. East 80. What the fuck? Okay. Yeah, it's a hell of a pump. I don't know who the fuck is speaking right now. I don't see anything. I didn't want to drop my long side straddle this soon. JP Morgan, Morgan Stanley, others in talks to bolster First Republic. Okay. Literally everything is Stefan. I don't know what bolster means. It's very non-transparent wording. FRC could squeeze. Maybe? Ooh. That's a big pump. Jesus. I feel like equity sell-offs to meet deposit requirements may be over. I mean, not necessarily. This is still intraday. I'm gonna close half of my long side straddle. That's the smart thing to do, right? Okay. That way I still have exposure if it keeps moving. VIX going up? That's our first test of 39.50 on futures for a couple days. The roll might be done. Oh my god, my pets. Did you go to sleep again? Sorry, work's been a nightmare and I haven't been able to trade. When would we be a good time to enter GME OPEX calls? At 15.50? I mean, it can fall back down again, but IV's up a little bit now. And IV probably won't fall back off. GME dead for the day? We'll see. Fucking $1 call save my port from utter destruction. Fuck this market. Yeah, I picked up some like 39.20s when we bounced and started consolidating. They went up like 500%. This is starting to seem like post SLD rebound. No, not quite. Above 39.50, sure, but not here. I mean, this just fills the gap from yesterday, right? And then rejected. Fuck this market. I love it. Is this pump gonna die off anytime soon? It could. It may not. I have longer dated puts and closer dated calls. I'm alright with this. Seems like 38.50 before end of the week is becoming impossible. Really? We just went from 38.60 to 39.20. I don't think it's nearly as impossible as you think. Still very volatile. Although with VIX under 25, it's more likely that it'll be harder for us to fall. Still trying to unload my bags, even though it's a bankrupt-bound piece of shit. Does Bobby still run it all during OPEX? You might get something. I don't know if you'll get enough to unload your bags, but... What's the consensus on if Powell will raise interest rates any more this year? Oh, they're pricing in a drop of 50 BPS by the end of the year now. So the current assumption, and don't ask me how, is that not only is the Fed going to pivot, but they're not going to meet their terminal rate. Are they insane? Yes. JPOW gonna give him the heat. He very well might. So they're just gonna ignore inflation. That's what they're hoping for. I don't think JPOW's very likely to back down. But it's a good narrative to push right now, right? Especially if they want to get out of long positions. Like if they're going to continue to buy into the bond market and, you know, prop index prices with ETFs, then it's a great narrative to push to the public, right? The public doesn't know what the fuck's going on. They know the cost of finance is higher, some of them. Sometimes I mix Diet Coke with regular Coke. That way I can tell my doctor that I'm making healthy choices. Ew. Diet Coke's disgusting. JPEG gets 50 BPS increase, or he gets a 50 DKP minus. I now think he will. I'm sorry for yelling about 0.25 being a lock. It's okay. Are they trying to stretch out cash or just start a bull market again with inflation? I mean, the market always wants to be a bull market. I mean, that doesn't mean it's going to happen. Why the fuck do bulls think a rate cut is bullish? I mean, okay, so Dork, we're watching like massive amounts of institutional money flood into the bond market day after day after day, right? We see shitloads of zero DTE calls immediately coming in after bond prices drop. We see zero DTE calls rush into QQQ and SPY and XLF and every other big ETF, right? And then they're like, guys, don't worry. They'll never continue these rate increases, not with the banks at risk. Meanwhile, they're all running to the Fed, like, please give me par value for these piles of shit. And then they're taking that money and using it to buy new treasuries. Oh no, Dork knows. He's just in a moment of denial. As someone who does the purchase for a manufacturing company, I can confirm material prices are not dropping. JPOW needs to come from the top rope. I think JPOW fully intends to come from the top rope. He let 3 US banks die in the last week. Didn't give a fuck. He made basically no comment on it. And offered to assume their assets. Which doesn't help their liquidity, right? And if anything, it forces them to go and buy more bonds. So he's just offloading US debt onto banks at a premium. JPOW seemed like mob boss? Kind of. But Elizabeth Warren talks sternly to him and has sent him letters. Well, that's not going to do any good. That other guy's been trying to get in touch with him since 2001. Investors Observer put out an article on GME 2 hours ago saying price up 1.25%. Are they psychics? Maybe. Or the photo was taken and they're not in the same time zone as you. Gherk, a chicken on Wall Street bet said that GME will go up after earnings. I really hope it doesn't, because I feel like we might get diluted if it does. Looking at more longer dated puts here. No? No, I'm not buying any longer dated puts till next week. JPOW does not care about closing banks and crushing jobs. He cares about Latino diversity within the Fed. Full stop. You know, he might not care about that either. It's gonna, now that they've highlighted it though, it's gonna be really fucking awkward if he hires somebody that's not Latino for that position. Why would we get diluted? We still have tons of money in the bank. So? Here's something a corporation's never said. Oh, guys, look, we have enough money. As a Latino, I've already applied. I believe my credentials of a negative 55% port will sell them. CEO, same like head shill / salesman. MQ MOASS? Maybe. Something just pumped really hard. Everything. Hmm. 1 second. Okay. Really any news pushing this? European Central Bank hiked rates. $53 billion loan. I thought they were getting 70 billion. Hold on. This is all 0 DT, right? For the most part. And we start getting into a higher range, though. It becomes less 0 DT and more we're just running. Calls are still cheap. Gamma's fairly flat up to 39.25. Above 39.25, we have a chance of hitting 39.45, but 39.50 is still really negative. So I don't think we see higher than 39.50 today. Unless some of that starts to capitulate. Do we have any 0 DTs coming in at 39.50? Yeah, a few. We also have the gamma flip point at 39.42. A little bit of a ramp here. Interesting. This is the problem in this 3900 to 3950 range is gamma's pretty flat. So like 3900 is really negative, right? And then 39.50 is really, really negative. But this range, on the 0DT side, it's pretty positive. Like that. On the longer term time frames, it's just flat. There's really not a lot of interest. I mean, I guess there's like a little bit here, but there's really not a lot of interest in this range at all. So yeah, 0DTE's pretty responsible for this right now, but since we're still net negative gamma, we can slide down just as fast as we went up. And we're like right in the middle point of the range, so it's not really skewed super bullish or bearish at this point. Risky to fuck with. Although like 3900, 3950 strangles might be beneficial. If I wasn't already in a strangle, I'd probably get something like that. Or maybe like 39, 3910, 3940. Market makers win again. We'll see. I mean, even at this price, we still have a really negative hedge, right? And if VIX starts to climb back up, like it's still negative 21 billion. So if VIX starts to climb back up, we can just rock it back down again. I'm here for the spectacular failure. I'm curious to see how it'll play out. My 0DT put's already paid for, so I might as well see what happens. What are they going to be worth less? You said you aren't buying further dated puts until next week. Aren't you in puts already? I don't have many left. I have a few. Most of my downside shit got stopped out on Monday when we fell to 3,800. Let me see what I still have left. I still have the put side of my straddle at 38.30 for March 24th. I have 39.20 calls for March 24th. I sold half of those on the first test of 39.20. 1 second. Sorry. All right, where was I? Oh, SPX positions. So 38.30, March 24th, 39 put, 39.20 call, March 24th. I have some 0 DTE 3900 puts, and I still have some 0 DTE 3920 calls. That's it. That's all that's left. No, I didn't die. I'm still here. You were talking about how cool I am. Carry on. I think you might be mistaken. Now a good time to go super long QQQ. Probably not. Define super long. I don't know. It's you. So I would say QQQ is probably going to go up next week, but you'd somehow not make money on that. This range is getting boring now. It's a boring range. WeBull glitched and sold my calls at a loss, so now I'm bearish. I accidentally bought 3850C instead of 3850P for May 19. I'm up 22%, and I don't know how to feel about it. That's pretty, and it's awesome, right? You got a lot of time on those. More pumps into tomorrow. It's possible. This can fail here pretty spectacularly. I don't know if it will, but the potential is definitely there. This is a really risky range to trade without any kind of hedge. NVIDIA Gamma Max, I don't feel comfortable selling pretty out of the money bear spreads. It seems so irrational. Gamma Max on NVIDIA. 266.11. I will note that NVIDIA has not crossed Gamma Max since March 21st of last year. And even when it did, it was only above Gamma Max for like a single day. I don't think that looks very likely right now. Do you think we drop to the 3600 range when JPOW continues to raise rates? I think that's very possible. But we have a very good chance of testing like 4,000 in the next few days before that happens. Maybe a little higher. Higher than 4,000's kind of that would just be like icing on the cake, but and 4,000 is I think like a nice conservative high. SPX is going to close red. I mean, it can. I don't think that's out of the question. I can't wait for NVIDIA to moon all the way back down to 230. What are your thoughts on the bullet swap expiration theory? Some RSS bullshit? Yes, it is. If they think bullet swaps have any effect on the price of the underlying, then absolutely. SLD only goes up. What? It's usually just volatile. Five DT 3910P, risky for overnight hold. I'm betting on a morning drop to get out of it before OPEX. 5 DTE 3910P. If we break 3940 today, yes, very risky. If we get rejected here, it's probably a fine put for like 1 day. What does affect the price of the underlying? Options, shorts, ETFs. I'm up 50% on my Google calls. If you grab drinks with me, I'll let you join my Discord. So even if Jimmy has bullish earnings call, we might just tank with the market if JPOW moves forward with a rate hike. Yeah, that's very possible. I mean, it doesn't matter what Jimmy's earnings are, right? They'll still short the fuck out of it after a run above Gamma Max. So even on bullish earnings, you know, there's still a cap to the upside. Ooh. Another breakout. Interesting. Okay, now I kind of want to sell some 3920s. Definitely putting stops on all of this shit. Why is VIX staying above 24 is the better question. Yeah, 3920s are amazing right now. How are you positioned for NVIDIA? I have like 400 bear call spreads at 250 and 252. And then I have puts all the way out to September, anywhere from 200 down to like 140. The thought process behind this push to put pressure on the March 17s or hit the flip point, no chance this sustains through this afternoon. It's overextended. It's pretty overextended, but if they can force capitulation on the downside, it becomes less overextended. A lot of puts being bought. Well, they're cheaper, yeah, so. If you watch SPY and Mega Cap together on the 5-second, it's pretty fucking obvious what's going on. I got diagnosed with severe adult ADHD on Monday. I'm sorry to hear that. It wasn't in time to save my port from my impulsivity, but at least I know why my life is nothing but volatility cycles. Trading on meds from now on. From now on. Nice, man. I had a buddy who had like adult ADHD. Um, he did a lot better once he got on medication. It really helped him out like a ton. So I hope it does the same for you. I got a debit card for balance after canceling cable for $100 or so. So far, I bought about $1,000 between Amazon, GS, and Costco. Printing money? Is this what it feels like to be the Fed? Huh. I, I guess so. How is SPX positioning? On zero DT side, we're in a bunch of calls. On longer time frames, there's still a lot of negative gamma above us. I think 39. I think the 3950s are from April. The gamma is getting significantly less negative as we approach like 3950. So negative 8 million gamma now with positive 2 or 8 billion with positive 2 billion on the 0316 expiration. Hmm. Hold on 1 second. Ah. Okay. Check DMs. What do you got, Turd? Ooh, nice. Is that XRT? Yeah. Okay, cool. Sure is. Yeah, it looks good. I don't like where Gamma Max is, but it looks good. What you thinking, Gherk? Stuff. Thinking about selling some fucking bear spreads on SPX for $5 credit each right now. With a $5 risk. Oh, that doesn't seem right. Hey, that's what I did. I just want to see if we get like one more pump. Because if we get one more pump, I can sell them for like $7 credit with $5 risk. And that's way better. Just go synth short, bro. Fuck no. Bear call spreads are the best. Well, if I sell like 100 of them, I can use those to buy 0 DT puts. Dixie going up, I know. I only sell spreads with infinite loss potential. Do you mean credit spreads for 39.50s? No. I'm looking at 39.40, 39.40, 39.30, or 39.35, 39.40, depending on if this bounces here or not. It's gonna be epic when all this reverses today or tomorrow. I mean, if call buyers take profit, Fute's gonna be above 4,100 going into FOMC, aren't they? Next week is gonna be glorious. Futures could be. Maybe more like 4080. Maybe not above 4,100, but close. I just want cheap puts again. If they get VIX back down to 20, I'm going fucking balls deep. Hmm. Oh, damn it. It's like I'm not the only one who wants to sell bear call spreads at 39.40. Every time Apple gets to a new high, fat block order sale comes in like clockwork. Hmm. Can you explain why bear call spreads and not buying puts? I'm gonna do both. I'm gonna use the credit to buy puts. I don't think anyone front ran. Well, institutions a little bit, but do I trust it not to pump again? So that's the thing, is I don't trust it not to do like one more leg up, so I don't want to sell them just yet. Am I chasing if I try to get calls to balance my bleeding puts? At this point, yeah, a little bit. Earlier, no. I think we just trade flat for the rest of the day. We could. Although, I think I'd be okay with that. It does look like the 39.45 calls and 39.40 calls are selling off a bit. So there's profit taking here. If there's enough profit taking here, then this whole thing can collapse. It's not as strong a push as it appears. What made you decide to buy calls earlier? They were cheap as fuck, and we had range up to 39.20 still. Remember what I said last night about VIX below 25? VIX was going below 25. I said it this morning in the I even yeah, I put it in the daily too. Didn't I? So it wasn't just the Dillionaires chat. Yeah, I put it in the fucking daily. Not everybody is in here all the time to hear what you said. But I posted it. It's not I said it. I posted it in two different places. Last night and this morning. I mean, if people aren't paying attention at all, then what the fuck is how am I supposed to help anything? Not all of us can read good. Ambassador of Quan. Tell me you had a bunch of 39.20s without telling me you had a bunch of 39.20s. Gherk, I made $200 on my CS trade because I exited like a trader. Options book arrives today. Woo! Congratulations, regards, Kiki. That's awesome. Seriously. Not all of us are idiots. I know, Bithead. The idiots are just loud. That's the difference. They're the ones that are like, Gherk, why didn't you say this could happen? I get that people have jobs and shit, but it's not like I don't try to inform everyone, you know? But you did? I know. I'm thinking of picking up April 21st, 38.50 put. Thoughts on that, and if I should buy a hedge? I would wait till next week. If you want to get like a big SPX put with Theta, I would wait till next week. Why did you let the spy MOASS? What? I didn't let it MOASS. It did it all on its own. Okay, I don't think I'm gonna milk these fucking VIX calls for any more than I already have. Maybe. Fuck. God damn it. Wait, what did fucking Fubo bounce? Oh no. Okay. I sell these? Mm. All right. $39.33. Do a 30, 30, 40. Those aren't worth anything though. Hmm. Okay. I've lived through the bullish bank run of 2023. The bullish bank run. I didn't read the DD. I didn't even know it was there. I haven't been listening all day. What's going on? Why is my port red besides my lack of hedge? Theta save me. I mean, how much theta do you have? Thanks for telling me buy Google calls. Oh wait, I did that on my own? Look at me, Gherkalicious. Congratulations, Mr. Gold. Didn't you buy 105s and 110s? You know you could have bought calls on literally anything, right? Google only went up $3. You could have bought calls on SPX. Ooh, wait, hold on. Oh, that's kind of what I'm talking about. Hmm. They were cheaper than SPX or SPY. They're up 50%. Jesus, what are they, weeklies? AKA to give the real bears the opportunity they've been making for themselves. Can you talk about how you saw this move coming? When you said there is a range up to 39.30, I said 39.50. Were you just looking at the call positioning? Yes. Where's the guy that says NVIDIA to 0 every 10 minutes? He's around here somewhere. SLD over, or do you expect more downside? We could still see more downside. It's probably nearing an end, but we can still see more downside. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a pullback from here today if this fails. But it has not failed yet. Ooh, VIX below 24. I'm gonna do this and then another bank's gonna fail in the morning. But alright. I'm about to buy a call on SPX just so that it stops going up. I'm just waiting to sell a big fat stack of bear call spreads. I just don't know where I'm going to sell them yet. All right, y'all. Best of luck. Later stuff. Stopping by just to say, pours really are awful. Just step your game up and stop being poors. It's not hard. It's simple. Be smart, not be poor. Anyway, see you guys later. See you later, BMG. It looks like it's getting weaker. It does. Yeah, but it looked like that before when it tested like 39.19 and then it surged up. And I don't want to sell a shitload of bear call spreads if the price is going to pop back up again. That's stressful and I'd rather not deal with it. At what time do you cut your NVIDIA position and wait to reposition, or do you wait for the rate decision next week? I don't know. If I get another opportunity to get out of or reposition anything this week, I will. Otherwise, I'll just average down next week. I'm profitable on most of my position under 230. I think maybe all of it under 230. I'm up 20 cents on my GME call. Thanks for all you teach, Gherk. This is all over in the next 15 minutes. We'll see. I don't like that VIX slipped 24. Why did RC move OPEX to before SLD? What? 421C I bought this morning is up 25%. Nice, man. Bank MOASsing. Oh, that's not good. Ooh. Huh. It really is. Interesting. What's up with the insane volume candle on NVIDIA? 750K in 1 minute. Yep. Big pumps. Oh, it's a good thing I waited on those bear call spreads. For the second time this month, I'm shook by the crazy futures pump. You know, I don't think the pump on futures is actually all that crazy. The pump on fucking ETFs is nuts though. Spice traded 17 million volume in the last hour. Is BlackRock's Aladdin pumping AI stocks to create mega rich sentient AI to rule the world like Skynet and the Terminator movies? NVIDIA to 750? Yes, going to test for 4002. I don't know. It can reject here on 3980. That's well, historically a strong resistance. I think we're moving, well, we're close to the upper range for SPX this week. We've been saying that for 200 BPS now. We're not even up 200 BPS. Is ES going to test? What is ES? Oh, I lost it. Thoughts on 250p? Okay. I mean, you could. Higher volume indicates share 250p on what? Higher volume indicates share recall? No, not necessarily. I'm about to over leverage on an already over levered position. 2x over leverage anti AI ETF. Okay. We were down like 0.5 when we started. I bought calls when we were down there. Now that Nvidia has broken 250, does this change your short position, short and medium term outlook? No. It's at the upper resistance that I found acceptable. Hey Gherk, I know you've mentioned it, but I can't remember. What's your long-term downside PT for Nvidia? How long? Six months? Like 160s? End of year, it could be lower. 108. If we get a market crash, it can go down near 100. NVIDIA September 23, Jan 24, 250p look nice. Jesus, those are expensive. Yeah, I don't want those. Remember that time JFresh said he bought 240p's? Well, now he can buy more. I'm looking at June SPY puts, and they're still expensive. Yeah, when VIX goes back under 20, puts will get cheaper again. Until then, calls are cheap as fuck. Waiting for next week to buy long dated puts and being afraid of not having long dated puts in the portfolio. Same as fear of missing MOASS. It sounds like it. When I said NVIDIA 500 today, I was only kidding. Hoping for another bank failure so my puts hit. Is this what it was like trading in the 70s? The 2 year is up over 4% again. It probably won't stay above 4% for long, right? We'll probably rush in and buy more of it, and then volatility will spike again. Gherk, if you're starting fresh on a NVIDIA put position, what month would you target the majority of your position? Like if I was just opening one now? I guess that would depend how far out of the money I was buying my closest call. How can we never get these kind of drill downs? What the fuck are you talking about? What was all of this? Did everyone just miss that? You know, when we hit Feb SLD, right there, and then we went down 500 BPS, and then we bounced, and we went down another 500 fucking BPS. Ban the fucking bears. I hate them. What's making this logic of taking profits? Hey Gherk, what's up today? More coasting on flat gamma, maybe some ups. Annoying questions around. Uh, I don't know. There's a chance we get rejected. In this, I mean, we're starting to get rejected in this range already. Call side capitulation could see this drop pretty rapidly. Um, hmm. See where this positioning's falling now. Calls are definitely selling off here. I hope I'm not too late. Oh. 39.10. Hmm. Damn it. Oh well. I didn't get the best fill on those, but it's okay. I guess I could just close them back up again. VIX back above 24. I take a call. My puts didn't execute. Is this chasing to buy puts now? It's a little riskier, but no. I wouldn't go as far out of the money if I were gonna buy them now, though. I wouldn't go. I probably wouldn't target lower than 39.25. Out of the money ones are riskier now. So you think 38.25 is out of the question? We'd have to get a lot of fucking momentum. Just the dead end of my strangle. Oh, okay. The wide strangles are still so awesome. I did roll a tiny bit of the profit into averaging the contract down. Really, at 38.30 though? Isn't it kind of just a waste at that point? So in excess of 38.75, I'm green. Okay. 38.75 is a little more reasonable. I don't know if we see 38.50. Not unless VIX fucking surges way up. Oh, 1 second. Fuck, I'm just gonna be pissed about these bear spreads all fucking day. Whatever. Not a lot of time to hit 38.75 though. No, there isn't. You need a really hard rejection. And I don't know if we'll get the momentum. They'll be happy when the market crashes. I mean, they're zero. It's a 0 DT spread. Like, it's already up. I can buy it back now, but it's just like it slipped, and then I didn't get to buy the puts with credit and time, so the puts aren't doing as well as they should be. So I sold 39.40s and bought 39.45s. And then I wanted to flip the credit into 39.30s, but I ended up having to buy 39.25s because I didn't have enough time. Is there a sweet spot for the range between calls when selling bear call spreads? I mean, it depends. It depends on your risk, right? Like how much risk you want to take. The wider the spread, the more risk you take. The higher the margin requirement. So if you have a $10 spread, you can make more credit because the long call you're buying is cheaper, right? But like bear call spreads are kind of advantageous right now because calls are cheap. Although bull put spreads aren't bad either. I think puts are still a little, well, now they're a little more expensive. SPX failure here, consolidation and bounce. We'll find out. We dropped quite a bit from the peak. I could still see us holding the 39.20 range. That's the problem I have with the downside here is we don't have a lot of momentum. It's kind of just bleeding off as call interest dies. But I don't really know if we're picking up enough put interest for us to ramp down hard. Yeah, put interest is still pretty weak to the downside. It's picking up a little, volume's picking up, but it's still a little weak. And we do have some stability here at 39.35, 39.40. So we'll see. Puts are still expensive. This is all from a 0 DT perspective. Yeah. The longer term gamma's still pretty bearish. 39.50 is kind of a brick wall of negative gamma. It's huge. $3,900's pretty big. 3,850 is really big. Is May 19th enough theta to hold through the thesis and let the thesis play out? My target low is 3,600. Yeah, but look for opportunity. Like, that's enough time, I think. But look for opportunities if you can to average down if we pump next week. If I had anything that far dated right now, I would probably hold on to it, but I would probably also look to average it down in the next like 4 or 5 days. Or I would wait for the Fed decision and then average down. I know nobody cares, but Bobby went back to the open price like the piece of shit it is. Probably good to mention to people that holding puts that are up a decent amount should be closed for profit. I think people are viewing a market crash as an opposite MOASS, and that's dangerous. Yeah, we kind of talked about that yesterday already. Um, I, it's really tough to not for people like not to build hope on positions. I don't know how to defeat that. I've talked about taking profits 1,000 times. Like, you won't have your entire port in 0 DTE 370s if the market crashes. A crash is just as rare as a massive short squeeze. Yeah. Gherk, I didn't take profits. How could you do this to me? Profits like when your option's green, like it's worth more than you paid for it, and then you close it and you keep that money. GME sneeze ruined people's profit range expectations. Anything below 10x is unacceptable for many people. Yeah, that's fucking nuts. The other day, some dude was telling me he was up like 150% on SPX puts. And then he was like, but then I was down 20%. And then I held them until they were worthless. I don't know how you're up 100% on like a 0 DT on SPX and you don't have a stop. That's crazy to me. Like, I could see, I was only up 10% and it bled out. Sure. But like up 100% and it bled, what the fuck? 20% profit per trade is amazing. Yeah, it is. Pull up your Windows calculator and show them that compounding daily 1% profits for a year equals 750% annual return. I think we did that. We did that. Didn't we do the like compounding gains calculator thing already? I don't want to do that again. Then I have to open Chrome and figure out how to get it to open in OBS. Yeah, Carl did that. Well, Carl did that with GME covered calls. But up 100% on a single 20-cent contract isn't MOASS? Jesus Christ. Often? Very often? Yeah, I feel like I couldn't possibly cover this any more than I fucking have. Aren't you in here every day, Hazy? Here you go, shilling math. Oh, Jesus. What are stops? What do you mean, what are stops? It's a stop. It's a stop order. You can use a limit or a market sell. It's a trigger that executes a sale order at a given price. It takes a lot of reinforcement. How about 10% compounding daily turns $100 into a million in half a year? I mean, yeah, I think that's right. The issue for NVIDIA put holders was the thesis was still playing out. So taking like $5 didn't feel right. And now this piece of shit keeps going up. This is on April, May, June, by the way. I feel you. I mean, I've sold some of my NVIDIA puts around like 225 when we tested down there. I'll probably buy them back now that we're trading around 250. But I mean, you can do that if you think it's just gonna bounce back and forth a while longer. You can like shed some shittier contracts when it drops, and then look to redeploy that money and position, like constantly positioning yourself more favorably, right? Don't just like buy into something and like that's it. It's too linear. You're not gonna have a lot of success trading like that. Like when we tapped 20 like 225, like I sold off a bunch of like April 180s. I sold off I think some April 170s, right? Because they weren't like up really. I think they were up like 3%. But like now I can take that money and at 250 I can use it to like average down 200s or 220s, or I can use it to buy like even further out like 160s or 150s, right? Do you think April still have some time, or would you cut at the end of next week? Depending what happens next week, I would probably I might average down a little bit at the beginning of next week and then see what happens. And then if nothing comes out of the Fed meeting, or the Fed stays flat or pivots or falls in line with expectations, then I'd cut them. I mean, if the Fed pivots, I'm going to cut anything that I'm short, at least for a couple weeks. I made 500 on a straddle yesterday, but lost the same amount today from VIX dropping, crushing my contracts. Could I have avoided this? I made 500 on a straddle yesterday, but I lost the same amount today. And what did you lose it on today? Did you just have puts today, or were you straddled again and then VIX crushed your puts? Agreed. Do you think APR still have time? Would you cut end of next week? Yeah, I think I answered that already. I still want to know what black magic runs the fidelity stop limit. What is it? How does it work? Why does it never actually stop? You're probably setting it too narrow. If your stops are too narrow, you'll get gapped over. How are you managing your one DTE NVIDIA bear calls right now? Or do you expect it to dip into close? I think I'm stopped out of them. I think I was stopped. Let me see. I should be stopped out of them. It looks like I stopped out of all but 3 of them. I guess I could roll them up into next week. I don't like that. How the fuck didn't I stop out of these? Hold on. What the fuck is going on? Yeah, yeah, I guess I didn't stop out of these for some reason. I guess I would just roll them. Ew, I don't want to buy NVIDIA. Gross. F1 Dan, welcome to Zillionaire. Thank you so much, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream, dude. All right, futures bounce 39.62. VIX kind of looking like shit again. It's not. There we go. Maybe it's not. Hold on. Maybe VIX moves up here? Tick down and then bounce. What was our low? 23.65. VVIX is picking up, but I don't know. Is that put buying? Interesting. So some longer dated put buying at 39.10. 39.25. And 38.90? 38.90 on the 0 DTEs. So 39.40 calls that sold off, bought back though. 39.45 still selling off. Some puts starting to come in at 39.35, 39.40. So we're getting a few more puts nearer the money, but not a lot of them. The volume's really fucking low. And I think on the 0 GT, the hedge is positive. Yeah. Still below the gamma flip point. And then gamma neutral on SPX is up at like almost at 4,100. So we're nowhere near gamma neutral, but we're still volatile on upside moves. Since VVIX is picking up, if VIX picks up here, it might pick up a little bit of steam. But I don't think we go higher than 26. Made 1,500 on call sig. Glad I remembered hedging always protects port. Sometimes you make more off the hedge than you do on the initial position. I forgot to ask you yesterday what you think about Fidelity or Robinhood not paying profitable puts people bought on Silicon Valley Bank. Really? I mean, is that on the market maker side? Like the market maker's not paying out? That seems like an issue with the OCC. Real talk, if the Fed does pivot, the NVIDIA 300 is no longer a joke. Oh, yeah. Yeah, nothing's a joke at that point. If the Fed pivots, SPX to like 4,300. Would Jimmy have better EPS? Oh, and Upstart will fucking rocket. Better EPS this earnings since the share price dropped. That's kind of my hedge for a Fed pivot is my Upstart position. If they stabilize credit markets, even for a brief period of time. Keep note that tick size and the underlying for the option you're setting a stop limit on Fidelity for. Yeah. Would Jimmy have better EPS this earnings since the share price dropped? When do they calculate that? End of quarter four. Yeah, this is the quarter four earnings. It's just a matter of time before institutions pull that rug, though. And no, EPS. It doesn't matter if the share price dropped. Just a matter of time before institutions pull the rug, though. Yeah, but they'll definitely take advantage. Like if the Fed just pivots and lets inflation run wild, they're definitely going to take advantage of that, right? Because then they can sell all their shit when the market's trading at like 4,400 while inflation skyrockets. Jan 2021 buy button turned off. Now sell button turned off SIVB. Well, I mean, the company went bankrupt, so like the bank went bankrupt. So technically speaking, those puts should be worth 100 times the strike. I guess, I mean, people have no shares to exercise them with, but about May 19, 250Cs to try and capture Fubo OPEX. Do you think that's enough theta to work with? I mean, it's enough theta that if nothing happens, you're not going to lose a lot when you go to sell them. But I read it was because of the OCC on the SVB puts. Okay. So what's going on? Are they just having a problem settling with the market makers, or? I mean, generally speaking, when shit like that happens, it either turns into a class action lawsuit or everyone just gets fucked. I have 3600p 331 down 30%. Debating to cut it now or hold off for a couple days for lower levels. 3600 331. I mean, you probably shouldn't be holding that put still. I don't know when you bought it. It sounds like fairly recently. You're really way too far out of the money. What price did you buy it at? It sounds like you bought it in like the 3880 range, roughly. I don't know if we'll see 3850 before the end of this week. Or 3800. There's like a small chance that we could see 3800, but it's really unlikely without a big overnight move. That seems unfair for those involved. It's part of the risk you take when you buy an options contract. It's clearly noted in the disclaimer. Give price action today. Could you imagine SLD downs on Monday? I mean, who the fuck holds... Here's a better question. Who the fuck holds a put that's up like 300,000% overnight? Like, what kind of fucking insane greed prompts that? Quiet popcorn trader. Like, those kind of situations, you're asking for like a halt or a freeze or something bad to happen, right? At least close some of them. Like, what the fuck? The guy I think you're referring to, I think he held them all. Have other brokers paid it out? If other brokers have paid it out, then, Fidelity and Robinhood will probably catch up. There's an article mentioning this. There's no shares to exercise. They can't be sold or exercised. So they just expire worthless. I mean, yeah. But if they've paid out some of them and set a precedent for paying them out, then they can pay out others. But yeah, diamond hands? That's fucking just stupid. ETF volume picking up. Well, let's hope it's on the sell side. And not another fucking bounce. It's never on the sell side, is it? That's interesting. ETF volume is picking up. VVIX is dropping. NASDAQ looks kind of weak. Not weak enough, but weak. Why can't someone exercise the put and essentially be in a short position and get sent over to the obligation warehouse to die? It was, but Kenny just internalizes sells for 10 seconds and gaps shit up to fuck and back. He said small chance of 3850. What's a conservative low for today, tomorrow? 3880, 3900. We could see like 3900, 3910 today if we slip 3920. VIX needs to go back up though. If VIX doesn't go back up, we're not probably going to go down much. So we need momentum to the downside, and right now we're not seeing that. Tell Hazy to stop buying my GME contracts. How are they yours? Are you selling them to him? You said small chance at 3850. Gherk frosted tips at 3200 SPX. Well, I don't have a lot of puts right now, so no. I'd probably if SPX opens at 3200 tomorrow, I would just be very sad. Tomorrow SPX opens 3200, Nvidia 260. They liquidated NFTZ yesterday. Ooh, interesting. He keeps bidding them up. He's probably just selling them to you. Why have you guys decided to just steal money from each other? All we need is for JPOW to... I mean, if you don't want to end up in a bidding war with Hazy, just buy a contract with a theta on it. He's homeless. I mean, how are you losing this battle? No, SPX would go up equal to its weighting of Microsoft. Darb. How would charm exposure for the MM tomorrow affect SPX price action? Charm exposure is pretty negative because most of the larger put positions have rolled out to later dates. Hey Gherk, why is the market pumping when all the banks are falling? The market's delusional, and it thinks that on flat inflation that JPOW is going to halt rate hikes. Or at least that's what they want people to believe. Fed really pivots and SPX back above 4250. Is it going to help the momentum of GME and Upstart OPEX price potential? Yeah, sure. and possibly into the 30s. Also, thanks again. I mean, yeah, if the market just starts running like crazy and GME and Upstart are in having like a liquidity event, then yeah, absolutely. Tesla a good OPEX stock for calls after the recent drop. Not bad. Tesla's correlation with OPEX isn't always that high, and it kind of had one last month, so mm, its upside potential maybe less. I think it's pretty liquid right now. Notionally, it'll move better than like GME or something like that, though. Options are more expensive in relation to that, though. It would be the fastest reversal in history. Is there a case for buying Jan 25 near the money puts? Upstart calls, sorry. As a hedge for FOMC, or would shorter dated be the only contracts that truly move? I mean, no. Like leaps would move a lot. Can we get NVIDIA on screen? Sure. Hmm. Can we get NVIDIA off screen? Next Wednesday, I believe. Stonks Alona. Or no, sorry, next Thursday. Right? Now I gotta check. No, next Wednesday. The 22nd. Are you expecting a movement for OPEX next week before the Fed decision? I know they have T+2, but would that allow for settlement into Wednesday, right? Yes, but would they want to settle into the Fed decision? It's probably better to clear it out and reposition ahead of time. So much so that we might start seeing the effects of OPEX tomorrow, especially if SPX breaks 39.50 today. Are you thinking of selling GMECCs on Tuesday if we're running for OPEX? Or are you gonna wait until the rate decision on Wednesday? I might sell like some out of the money ones. It depends on how hard we run. There's a lot of other factors besides just the rate decision. Thanks for taking time to answer mine and other questions. Appreciate it. I'm learning so much. No problem. Trying to refine, had some wins and some losses, but all a great experience. Nice. I would die at 100. I don't want to think about 120. What are you guys talking about? Or wait for T+2? What do you mean? For Jamie? I mean, I'll wait to see if it runs. No, I don't think anybody has. I wish I'd never heard of GME. Fair. During OPEX, when you sell CC at the top of the run on GME, for example, how far out do you usually make the contracts for when they are in the money? I don't know, like 14 to 30 days, depending on how far in the money they are. I'm buying more degen contracts tomorrow. You can't stop me. I wasn't going to try. Yeah, like if we run and carry over exposure from the run, that could hinge on the Fed rate decision, right? Because if we run up and then we get slammed back down by the market tanking due to like Powell coming out with a .5 hike or something crazy, then a lot of that gamma exposure is going to be destroyed, right? I feel like protective puts for earnings on GME is a must. Oh, I'll definitely be getting protective puts. The last ones were, even the ones I bought in January did really well. Oh, fuck this market. If AMD hit 100, I'd die. Oh. Could it? No, Gamma Max is at 93 right now on AMD. AMD does not have a history of going much above it. A test at 93 would be good for it, though. It would fucking blow out the call interest. NVIDIA Gamma Max is like 266. I miss seeing the market red and having dopamine levels elevated by the bear song. Nice. Well, now we get bull songs. At least for the next few days. Fuck this market for sure. Bend over, show me your downside, QQQ. Please take the video off. I don't want to hate buy it anymore. Okay, I'm very happy about your calculation, quick name. Gherk, seems like the market is pricing in no hike. If Jakarta Powell slaps us with 50 BPS, we will all take the MM to Pound Town. Yeah, well, the market's not pricing in no hike just yet, but it's definitely not pricing in anything above 0.25. Even 0.25, I mean, is only gonna further the current contagion, right? So things are gonna get better even if he does 0.25. And the video same like SPRT? No. That was like a delisting, like short squeeze. If we test 39.50, you think calls clear out and open lower tomorrow? Possibly. I don't know if we test 39.50 here or not. I guess we could. It seems unlikely. Nope. Maybe. There it is. Fucking A. Where does this volume come from? It's like barely any volume on futures. Oh, okay. ES got a lot of volume. NASDAQ didn't get much. Although NASDAQ had all the volume earlier. Okay. Now what? Ugh. Make it stop. Why? Buy calls. Why does it feel like another bank is going bust tomorrow, or am I paranoid? I mean, they're trying to right the situation as quickly as I can. I don't think we'll see another one fail. It would be lovely if everyone could please give the stream one like. I won't ask anyone to give more than one, because that would be unreasonable. Thank you, Ending. It doesn't break, right? What? The second the chat buys calls, will tank. I mean, they waited a really long time to buy them, so yeah, probably. Much positioning to break 39.50. I don't know. If we get another fucking massive buy-in on futures, sure. I mean, the SPX call position is not going to matter at that point, right? The fuck? Why is the gamma flip point moving up? Ooh. Shitloads of calls coming in at 39.75 for tomorrow. Interesting. So if AMD GM is 93, is now a good time for June puts? I mean, at 93 it could be. Price action is reminding me a lot of last Thursday, Friday. Big dump over the weekend. Maybe not. How do we tell if there's massive buying on futures? Look at the volume. 4,000 end of day, 4,100 end of day, end of Friday. Chop around 4,200 until FOMC. That's ridiculous. This is like one DTE 39.75s that just came in. I don't think that's gonna be enough to get us up to 4,200. $39.50 puts are still massive. This is so fucking weird. Calls capitulate now? Maybe. Here, I'll show you guys the gamma right now. One sec. Look at this weird shit. It's like all over the fucking place. So it's really negative at 39.50 and 3900. And then it's like call side supported between 39.45, 39.30. Then it dips negative again. And then there's a little bit of support on the long side at 39.10, 39.05. But 3900's massively negative, right? Negative 48 million. Right there. So I don't know. Yeah, I feel like short dated call sell off can give us downside momentum, but it doesn't appear that they've been selling off just yet. My puts barely went down on that rise. Yeah. I'm glad I exited the rest of my long VIX positions earlier today, though. Are they trying to bait retail to buy their bags? How can folks really be even temporarily bullish? I mean, most of the price action that occurs in the market is not due to retail. I'd say a lot of the two-way zero DT actions because no one wants to enter longer plays until FOMC says their bit. I mean, 421's really negative. That's like almost all puts. But we're approaching the expiration for the puts tomorrow, right? So those are going to start falling off of the chain. And as those fall off, VIX is going to dive. As VIX dives, the market's probably going to push up more. Yeah, 421's still pretty fucking bearish, with the exception of the 4,000 strike. Like, people are buying puts on 421, like, all the way down to, like, 36, 35, 50, 3,500. In pretty decent quantities. And a lot of that was like positions that were shorter dated that rolled out. Would you say a lot of this, am I wrong to be buying far dated puts? I can't believe we're getting these opportunities. They just want a higher cliff to fall off of. I mean, they want a higher cliff to sell their fucking holdings at. I'm thinking average down NVIDIA April 21 200 puts. Break even would move from around 220 to 230. Am I just throwing good money after bad with that? Average down NVIDIA April 21 200. Break even will move around 220 230. I mean, you're heavily with April 21s. You're really relying on the Fed decision next week. With May's, not so much, right? Then you have time for, the realization of more, negative economic data. FRC to get 30 billion in deposits from big banks. Price jump 27 to 30. There's no OI on the options chain. Yeah, sad face. People aren't buying a ton of options on shitty regional banks. Is that updated? It's from 1256. Are you looking at 3950 Gex on 0 DTE? That wasn't 0 DTE. Gex is positive on 0 DTE. How do you manage options positions that are already paid for? I did June VX calls where I sold for my cost basis at 200%, but I don't know if I should sell for profits because of how far out they are. I mean, it's up to you. I took profits on my out of the money VIX shit because I think VIX is going to go back down while repositioning occurs. 4,000 March 31C, decent hedge for next week. Not bad, actually. One day soon we'll be like, remember back when SPX was able to hit 4K? Am I dumb to buy NVIDIA March 24 260C? I'm down 50% on my April 21 220p. I mean, it took it took all the way into today's pump for it to see 250. I really don't know if there's enough interest at 260. If indexes are going to rise next week, though, and NVIDIA is going to stay resilient to the downside, it could test it. Although, with a March 24, you may not have enough time to realize a move to 260. I registered for a 5K and my bib is 741. Is this a sign? It's a sign that you were late to register. This has got to be pressure on the March 17s, trying to get them to capitulate. I just don't understand doing this during SLD. I mean, we had a pretty big sell-off yesterday morning, and we had a pretty big sell-off this morning too. And there may just not be a lot left. Or we may have another, like a third sell-off tonight. What day is the FOMC meeting? Next Tuesday, or next Wednesday. Sorry, the 22nd. SPY OI. Probably insanely bullish. If SPX OI, you want the 0 DTE? Dork? All I know is there's one guy with interest up to 300. Oh man, I wish for this pump so I could go shorter, and now I'm afraid. Can the market rip until 421? Probably. Well, that's going to depend on the FOMC decision. I don't want to say it can't, because it absolutely could if JPOW freezes rates. Actually, net gamma on all expirations for SPX is way more bearish than SPX. Today's net gamma super bullish up to 398. Tomorrow's also really bearish. Like 395 and under is just 4,000 has some interest tomorrow, but there's no call interest between the current price and 4,000 for tomorrow. Today's just like a shitload of 0 DTE calls. It has been since like the pre-market. It hasn't really changed much, honestly. I think it's the 397 sold off a bunch. So our best hope for an OPEX round is SPY ripping and positive GME earnings. I mean, I don't think GME earnings will matter much if SPY rips. GME earnings don't really, I mean, historically, they don't benefit GME's price. They usually lead to a shitload of shorting in the overnight session. I guess they should be incentivized for their customers to become profitable, right? I mean, Fidelity's got some like decent like beginner learning materials, I think. Futes are gonna test 4,000. Everything is fine. So rate hike, market downs, pause on hikes, market go big ups. Oh yeah. It's gonna be like the Fed decision this week is gonna be very, very binary. Either they keep raising rates, right? And tell everyone to fuck off and they're gonna keep doing what they're doing. Or they, fold to political pressure and allow inflation to entrench itself. I thought you had said a lot of the puts expiring tomorrow rolled out to April. They did. They're still there. Still a lot left. There's a lot of puts expiring tomorrow. Yeah. There's still a lot of puts that are in the money expiring tomorrow. ECB up 0.5 and market ripping. JPOW has a green light to raise rates up to 0.5. Our current risk-free rate is way higher than Europe's. I think Europe raised 0.5 to 3.5, and we're already at like 4.25 or 4.5. If JPOW freezes rates and inflation increases, short-term bull, long-term investing guns and food. I mean, that's excessive, but I mean, it just means that the Fed's gonna have to go if they freeze rates and then inflation keeps moving up, the Fed's gonna have to come back twice as hard when they go to raise rates, right? So even if they provide banks relief in the short term, right? Like say through the middle of this year, then inflation is going to rocket, which means when they come back in with interest rates, they're going to have to do them at a significantly faster pace or pump them all at once like we did in the 80s. Otherwise, if they don't do that, we'll hit hyperinflation like before the end of the year. We'll be above 10% inflation. We have no price stability. The labor market's not fixed at all. Demand side isn't tamed. What the fuck are you talking about? The January consumer PPI was down year over year. It's flat month over month, man. That's the problem, is the month over month. China's also reopening, which is going to cause strain on the supply chain. They are not fully reopened. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I cannot see a situation where he doesn't raise rates 0.25. There shouldn't be a situation where he doesn't raise rates 0.25. It can still happen. Is it wrong of me to trust that JPL will make the correct decision economically? There's way too much pause and pivot talk in here. I mean, there's no talk out of the Fed. They had an emergency meeting last week and they didn't say shit about the discount rate, so check Rite Aid. Rad? What about it? I mean, I'm not interested in it at all. I can tell you right now. I've played it before. It doesn't usually move very hard. It's got a small turnaround this morning, but the market's pumping like crazy, so I don't really know if that's indicative of anything. It's got a low float. It should be a good OPEC stock, but it never is. The Fed was too soft last year, and JPA definitely wanted more. Yeah, the Fed was well, I mean, they should have started raising rates far sooner than they did. The whole inflation is transitory narrative fucked everything up. We have a different bank failing on a daily basis, and we're about to be 200 BPS. I officially quit. No one said the market was going to behave rationally in the face of bank failures. What does JPOW need to do on Wednesday to avoid a scenario where we get higher inflation at the end of the year? Raise rates. Sorry to be contrarian, but I'm feeling 50 hike because the crisis was averted. Business as usual. I don't know. The 50, I don't know about. I think he should do 50. I think they should get the federal funds rate in higher than the current rate of inflation. So the federal funds rate should be above 6%. In order to bring inflation down in a meaningful and impactful way and get it fucking over with before the end of the year. I don't know if they'll do that. Bank fear is a big deal. And if he goes 0.5, he's just going to shake investor and consumer confidence even more, right? And could possibly propagate more bank failures. So there is a reason not to go 0.5, at least now, right? He could do 2.5 and hold off, and see if 0.5 is necessary at the next meeting, right? Like he doesn't have to rush the a higher increase right now, but he should just get it over with. I've got calls for fuck's sake. I don't think we're gonna see much profit taking today. 39.70 end of day. I don't know. If we slip up below 39.50, why aren't 0 GTs gonna close out? I love the market pumping after news of the banks effectively getting bailed out, not realizing the Fed is currently trying to clean up the mess of bailouts for the last 15 years. I mean, they're not really getting bailed out. That's kind of incorrect. If I had to call it, I would say 0.25. That way he, saves face, keeps doing what he's doing, but he doesn't increase the credit risk as much. A 0.5 would be a problem. I do expect a rally during OPEX as puts repositioned. Do you think that today's SPX pump could mean we were already seeing a chunk of that? I don't really see a lot of puts repositioning today. I see a lot of 0 DTE calls being bought. So So, I mean, you just ride it up. If they capitulate, we'll drop. It's really not that complicated when this happens. All this could be avoided if JPOW started hiking by 10 BPS every month since March 2021. Probably. I mean, if you just started with a hike that put the federal funds rate at like 3% back in 2021, we probably wouldn't even have this problem now. NVIDIA July 15p are only 250. Gets me wet. Might enter soon. Oh, nice. Honest question. So JPOW is at the helm. The only level he has is the interest rate. Well, I mean, he can only affect monetary policy. Notwithstanding the political impossibility, would raising taxes on highish earners not have a similar effect? Yeah, and the market wouldn't like to see taxes. I mean, that fucking Biden's thing is never gonna make it through Congress. There's no fucking way. The capital gains tax shit, that's not happening. At best, it comes out the other side as a moderate increase, like 2 or 3%. I can't see I can't see Congress passing a 40. What was it? 40% capital gains tax. .25 is absolutely not bullish. Was First Republic Bank the real play all along? I mean, if you want to buy shares, the options chain is like dead on it. They may not have been bailed out directly by the taxpayer, but the Fed didn't let it die either. I mean, the Fed did let SVB die. SVB is dead. They've seized their assets. They've given depositors, their money back against that par value, but those assets are the FDIC and the feds now. And then the other banks are paying the premium on the advance rate for it. 25 hike isn't bullish, but it won't tank the market either. I mean, it could. Banks really want the rates to freeze. I mean, you see it in the news already. I mean, everybody and their mother has come out recommending that the Fed flatten rates or saying that the Fed's going to flatten rates. Yeah, because thousands of businesses would have gone under if they didn't make the depositors whole. And the assets were there. There's no reason not to make the depositors whole. I mean, generally speaking, the FDIC will insure up to the maximum amount, and then after the sale of the assets, they'll make depositors whole with whatever is obtained through the liquidation. But if they just take the assets and hold them to the maturity, which is what the Fed has done, then they can give out loans to the depositors against those assets. Just checking in after. That's not a bailout. That's structurally not a bailout. Will the backstop and depositors being made whole not further exacerbate the inflation problems we're facing? I mean, the backstop has conditions. So the program that the Fed set up isn't just a free-for-all, we get to trade you our par value for money. And even if it was, it's got a cap. Almost for it to have any significant effect, every bank in the US would have to do it. And then it only drives it's still a loan on a premium of the advance rate, right? So they're paying, they'd be paying more to have that money up front. And so if they don't need it, there's no way they're going to take advantage of that program. And for the banks that do need it, it can help them from, you know, defaulting against debtor or creditor demand. When I was thinking NVIDIA dropping sub 120, my nether regions became a slip inside as a man from the sweating. I fucked up today. I forgot to close my weekly 385 puts this morning before flying to Philly. Got to the hotel room. I'm down 90%. I assume these are dead now, but any chance of a drop again? If we see it, it's gonna need to be today. We need to see VIX go up. VIX is going up right now. The market's dropping a little bit. If we get a consistent breakdown of the call side that's built up, then yeah, we could get some downside momentum. Most of this is supported on 0 DTEs. So if they start selling off, then it propagates more capitulation, which can lead to downside momentum. I will say that put buying is still meh. Like, puts are overpriced. No one's buying a lot of 0 DTE puts, especially not near the money, which doesn't help the downside momentum. But ultimately is an injection of some cash into a market that is already oversaturated. No? That's not, I mean, they're not giving them like money to go blow. They're just giving them money for them to go buy more liquid treasuries, which is what they're going to do, right? They're going to take the par value from those treasuries and they're going to pump it right back into the bond market. At the current yield. The problem is they're gonna come in and buy it at the current yield, and then Powell's gonna raise rates on them again, right? Which is gonna bring down the value of the bonds they just bought. How can you tell if a put is overpriced by just quickly looking at it? Just look at the price of an at the money straddle. That's the easiest way to do it on the fly. What about my 240 DTE puts? That puts me in 2023 November OPEX. I heard that's where the best action is. What do you have puts on? When do you buy puts? You don't trade equities. What's up, Gaff? Maybe banks just need to sell variable rate loans. That'll get ugly. Did you block me or something? Can you see my messages? Yeah, what's up? Do you think Credit Suisse is out of risk after their Swiss National Bank's money injection? Yeah. I think the Swiss National Bank will inject more money if they need to. I think there's no way in fuck Credit Suisse is going to be allowed to fail anytime soon. They're way too systemically important. They have fucking their little over leveraged fingers and everything. I think it's still funny that they're largely in this situation because of Archegos. My mom is and variable rate loans are the rage right now. And real estate, who the fuck is lending variable rate loans? I don't know anybody with a variable rate loan. They're super rare. Unless it's like a 15-year, like ARMs are not common right now. Also on Google is flight to safety play, low risk company. Also crash hedge. Also, I forgive you for ever telling me about NVIDIA puts. Thoughts on Google as a flight to safety play? I mean, I already own Google. It's too expensive to buy it right now, though. It's not a crash hedge, not at all. It's massively index exposed. If the markets crash, Google could go to like $70, $60. Kicking myself. I was trading the ADHD meds kicked in. Variable rate loans zero down in poor neighborhoods. Wait, I know this story. Yeah. I mean, most people know that story, so it's not an easy sell. Are spy straddles worth it, or do you not get the dollar move? They're not as good. When looking at add the money straddle, what indicates the put is overpriced? Should the call put prices be similar if they're priced appropriately? What the put would be more than the call. They would be the same price if they're priced appropriately. Or if the call is more than the put, then calls are overpriced. This is very simple. I think you're trying to find complexity in something that's not there. Over 60% of Canadian mortgages are variable rate. Oh, you guys are fucked. I just got a call from old real estate buddy. He invited me to a group real estate pitch. Should I go buy a bag? I have puts on the popcorn industry as a whole, not in the form of equities though. It's actually just puts on 15-year-olds showing up for work. Yeah, it's probably not very likely. HELOC are the only thing that are always variable to my knowledge. No comment on CS. When the 3 to 6 month auction, I want some of these treasuries. 3-6. Do we still have an auction today? I think 17 today or something, right? No, 8 and 4 is today. No disclosed time for the auction? What the fuck is this? That's weird. Why is it even showing up if there isn't one today? Huh. Arms are popular right now. Fixed rate less than 5%, well below the 30-year fixed standing mortgage, 6.5 to 7. I have a few buddies in the industry. Arm folks waiting it out. Jesus. The stress test of over 2%, the posted 5-year rate, which is already 1.5% over. What can you actually get? On what? I don't know what you're talking about. That's 60% of a small amount. Homes haven't been affordable in Canada for a long time. Most of the reagents I know are pushing variable because the rates are high. So they're saying the price will go down soon. Fixing the high rate is dumb. Oh boy. 226 million premium on one DTE 3600 call. Came across my option scanner. Taking profits? No. That's a weird position. That might be like a hedge or something, or maybe just arbitrage. That's a huge, huge amount of premium on that contract, though. I guess someone could have. Is it? Do you know if it's at the bid or the ask? 5 to 7 years before rate adjustment. Canadian bank mortgages, they are stress tested at a rate above 2% posted and mandatory insurance for amounts up to $1 million. Okay, so you guys have more safety protocols in place, I guess. Why arm when you can refinance? Yeah, I don't understand that. If I only knew about a stop loss a year ago, they're pretty awesome. Head and shoulders, sure. That doesn't, I mean, I wouldn't trust that. VIX is still pretty elevated. Who let the MLO in here trying to sell arm loans because they can get a higher commission? My wife's friends who live in our neighborhood who cannot really afford to live in our neighborhood are talking about moving because they can get an arm, and agents are saying refinance soon to the M. Gross, Buff Orpington. What's stopping CS from issuing cocoa bonds in perpetuity to stay afloat? I mean, they don't need to. They just got a big, fat, spicy bailout, right? Right? Just bought some puts, so skyrocket to 4,000 incoming. You're welcome. Thanks, man. I'm not using stop losses. Same, not blocking in Tekken. I don't know. I've never played Tekken. Is there any more call volume coming in just yet for higher tests? There's a shitload of call volume at 39.75. I don't know if it'll we'll realize that price, but it's there. Agents are telling people to get arm loans because rates are going to go way down soon and they will be able to refi before the arm moves. Who said rates are going down soon? Oh, silly home buyers. Don't Canadians just have billions in that sweet, sweet maple syrup? If they had to bail out banks, they would turn to the maple tops. I don't know how big of an industry the maple syrup industry is. I'd assume it's in the billions. Gherk, one day Kendra will be massaging olive oil into your hair and everything will just make sense. God bless Gherk. Thanks, Joe. That's right. Our banks are backed by the safest of liquid assets, maple syrup. That and oil. How do you feel about TSM in the light of China reopening and Nvidia doing whatever the fuck this is? I mean, Nvidia's fabless, so if there's any political altercation with Taiwan, Nvidia's fucked. It's worth 1.6 billion. You know, that's shockingly less than I thought it would be. Following on from my spy straddle question, what sort of dollar move is required to make it worth it? You could use an options calculator. I'm from the UK and an old work colleague got 3 properties and rates were 1.25 and they were all variable rate mortgages. She's an alcoholic now with a coke problem. Well, I mean, I don't think that was the mortgage fault, right? The program for using treasuries and MBS for collateral without selling them has been known since last weekend, right? Yes. Speaking of economies based on edible goods, you seem like the kind of person that would know that the US has a cache of strategic cheese reserves. I didn't know that. That doesn't sound true at all. I saw a cash signal. I'm here. Who needs what form? An orderly queue, folks. In your opinion, do you see mortgage rates down, up, or flat by this time next year? I think that depends what the Fed does next week. I would say that flat or up are more likely than down. I'm waiting for a test of the trend set beginning at 11:06 to buy 30 DTE calls for 4,000. Decent. Waiting for a test of the trend set at 11:06. So here. So you're waiting for this to buy 4,000 calls? I mean, VIX is still at, like, VIX is at 20 fucking 4 right now. This can drop very, very fast. I think 4,000's like a decent strike for 30 DTE, but I don't really know if the intraday trend set at 11:06 is the indicator of that. Like, we could open tomorrow at 3,900, no problem. After climbing up to 1.52 billion pounds in July, the stockpile settled once again at 1.48 billion pounds at the end of August 2022. Why the fuck do we have a cheese reserve? Moana's a Disney film from like the early 2000s. Do you think the McDonald's lawsuit over spilled coffee was frivolous? No. Like, that woman got like third-degree burns. That was like serious shit. Like, the media made it out to be like really frivolous, but like if you look at the case, she was like seriously injured. Cheese her pupil too. It was for World War II, I think. Why are we keeping it going? Yeah, I know about the Italian cheese banks. Jimmy Carter was trying to support farmers. That sounds like a Carter program. Well, it sounds like it's all owned by, or mostly owned by private entities now. Government cheese ownership seems to be quite low. What an odd. It's from like 5 years ago. Whatever. I've never even seen it. It's 2016. That's 9 years ago. 7. 7 years ago. I mean, one could argue that 2023 is the early 2000s. I'm gonna stick with it. Was Carl demodded for lack of tea? No, Carl's still a mod. That's just a different Carl. That's on adding commodities exposure in this environment. I want to buy HBM and copper resources. I still like copper as an investment for the next couple of years. I mean, I think copper prices will go up regardless of the effects we see on commodities, but they'd go up a lot more if we get like a hot commodities market. I'm still bearish on the market for the next 4 weeks. I'm not for the next week. And then after that is going to be entirely dependent on the Fed decision next week. Inverse H&S on the VIX. Ew. You buying any puts here? I have some puts. Am I going to buy more? I could. Nah. I might sell some more bear spreads. I mean, would you say that the 1920s were in the early part of the 20th century? Yeah, I have uranium positions. What's up with the YouTube super mod position? Don't you want someone with higher T than Carl to moderate the moderators? I moderate the moderators. If you were a bank, wouldn't you dump all your collateral into the Fed's program? Do they have requirements for what they can use? There's a cap. You can't just be like, oh, here's all my treasuries and MBS. It's got a $25 billion cap. Promote me, daddy. Show me you care. But I don't. Awkward. Fresh goat cheese is the best. Okay. Have you heard of the show Relocated on Adult Swim? It's about a family in the Witness Protection Program who stars in a reality TV show located in New York City. That sounds awful. Can I extra swear with that position? No. No, I'm just not making you a super mod, trash. If you've ever tasted what's known as government cheese, you won't soon forget it. Its flavor is described as somewhere between Velveeta and American cheese and smacked of humiliation or gratitude. I've never had it. Yeah, Zakir and Grizzled are still around. Busy with other shit, but still around. I think Zakir just sells CCs now. Pita, grilled halloumi, roasted red onion, hummus. That's not how you spell hummus. Tomatoes, lettuce, done. Okay. Make me an admin on the Discord so I can do bot stuff. But you're already middle management. It's spelt chummus? Oh my god. You think Jimmy can go profitable for 2 quarters? You mean positive free cash flow? Possibly. There's a pretty good chance we have positive free cash flow. With 0GT Gamma is the majority of Gex most days. Does it have a greater influence because of the short expiry? Yes, but no, it's not the majority of Gex. I wouldn't buy puts on Tesla going into next week at all. Unless you just want to buy them for today. And then risky. Hmm. Hmm. Bond issues. I feel like I remember a conversation about this. What's the difference between positive cash flow versus profitable? They're not really profitable off their revenues. Nothing. Sure. They have enough cash coming in to sustain the business. But accounting, worst case scenario in my mind is getting a traditional loan at 7 to 8%, and housing values drop 20%. This is a likely scenario. And ARM at least helps on the rate side. 87 10 years seems like. I mean, you hope, unless economic conditions get worse and inflation becomes more entrenched and mortgage rates go even higher. Then you get to pay 1.2 million for a $400,000 house. If I were to visit New York City, what regions of New York City would be best to stay? And do you still rate the industry? Any new restaurant hidden gems? No, not really. Yeah, I still like the industry. They're really good. Probably in Manhattan. I wouldn't stay outside of Manhattan. The boroughs can be a bit difficult to navigate. We're talking about arms again for some reason. I I don't know. I feel like people are trying to convince me that arms are a great idea or something. I assume that they're trying to buy a house with an arm or are a real estate broker if they're asking me those questions or making statements about adjustable rate mortgages. If inflation gets entrenched, do we full port into commodities and energy like PCG? I mean, you can do whatever you want. I'm not going to full port into anything. People are buying houses right now, believe it or fucking not. Yep. No, they're trolling you about it because they're MLOs or real estate brokers. It seems very difficult to hold a backpack as a deck. Staten Island, difficult to navigate. Same as playing Pac-Man blind while running from young people with guns and old people with licenses. You know, in all my years in New York City, I've never been to Staten Island, Gaff. I've never had a reason to go there. I still don't. If you only had $25,000, what would you do to get to 1 million as fast as possible? Patiently build more capital until I had enough to take more risk with. Do you care about losing the $25,000? I guess if I didn't care about losing the $25,000, full port spy 0 DTE out of the money YOLOs and try to hit 3 runners. What percentages of mortgages are below 6%? Like 97%. That's a lot of them. I mean, basically any mortgage created up until a year ago. is going to be below 6%. 6 months ago, not even a year ago. So a very small amount. I mean, home buying's still running rampant, so more and more every day. But the problem is that, you know, newer MBS are going to be worth more because of the higher yield, right? That's the problem, or at least that's the problem the banks have. Are you going to buy more out of the money SPX calls? I don't know. Probably after not today. I don't think I'm going to buy any more out of, well, I'm still thinking about it. I might buy some 39.75s. Hmm. I feel like VIX is going to move up again here. ES doesn't look super bullish anymore. I wonder how many of those calls sold off. Oh, fuck. Ugh. Turkey, Trader Joe's turkey corn dogs? I've never had them. I don't like turkey. I definitely don't want to eat it in a corn dog. Oh man, all the 39.55s and 39.75s seem to have sold off. There's still a lot of 39.60s and 39.50s. So, I don't know. I guess we want to see a breakdown of 39.50. There's almost like no puts left on the chain for today, though. Are they building up anywhere? They're building up a little bit. Not much. The put volume's really, really low over the last, like, half hour. Put call ratio is fairly even, 1.11. Tomorrow? Tomorrow doesn't look much better. Yeah, all the 39.75s are still there for tomorrow. 39.70 and 39.65, but then Gamma immediately goes negative. So if we don't find support to the downside between 39.45 and 39.35, we may retest 3,900. Oh. That almost slipped. The trend takes us to 39.75 end of day. Well, only if it breaks up. Lawrence of Arabia. I love when we talk body parts, arms, legs, head, and shoulder. You should label this mind-body channel with a hint of quality sarcasm and culinary expertise. Are corn dogs tacos? Calzones. No one wants to take accounting courses by Polar Bear. That's what people hire accountants for. If everyone else learns to use calculators, you're out of a fucking job, alright? Don't complain about it. Vana wants SPX to go to 39.65, 70 right now. Unless those 39.60 to 70C sell off. Sure. So I nailed back to 15 fast. I guess back to 12 then. Hashtag the stock blows. I don't know if we're going to see 12. 12's a bit out of reach. How high can SPX hit on Monday with puts unwinding? 4,000 4020. Oh, yeah, we could definitely see 4,000 or 4020 by next week. I think we end up somewhere near the collar by the rate decision. Either slightly above or below it. So 4050 to 4080 by the FOMC meeting. You all act like a mortgage broker selling you a 30-year fixed at 8% isn't laughing all the way to the bank too. I mean, you can refi it if rates drop. But yes, they are. I mean, buying a house right now is ridiculous. Your equity is not going to go up in like the next 10 years. So you're buying an overpriced house at an insane interest rate. Just to what? Be in it? Realtors told me houses only go up. That's their job. So, Dave of the Pigeonhole Daves, I'm not sure that zero DTA Ivana is going to have enough effect to drive prices up above the massive amount of put gamma at 39.50. Refi is not guaranteed as rates drop, lending tightens, so they'll promise you the opportunity to refi, but then deny you. Yeah. Some people that bought in 2007 only broke even in the last couple of years. Any idea where NDX could end up next week? Mm. Pull back. We might see like 29 or I'm sorry, 1260. So 12,685 or maybe, and that's probably a bit of a stretch, but maybe like 12,750. Are you gonna find any liquidity trying to play NDX? That seems. I'm gonna lose a lot of money on the spread there. Better to rent out right now and dodge the equity drop. Money's gonna disappear anyway. No point in being upside down in a home. Yeah. So my 2.65 rate, I'll basically live in my house forever. Probably. Would you buy a house cash if around 200K or always a mortgage? I don't know where the fuck you could buy a house for 200,000, but I wouldn't want to own it. We could go down if there's profit taking. When do you think would be best to buy a home? Um, if the Fed starts scaling back rates next year, I don't know, maybe like 6 months after that. Depends on the pace at which they start reducing them and how high unemployment gets. You should really consider finding a girl with no arms. You could potentially create the most beautiful centaur costume and get your... Oh, Jesus. Win-win if you ask me. I'm... It's not really... Yeah, I'm not... No thanks. Dear God. Someone needs to ban Kendra from Ko-Fi. The missus is definitely keen for us to stop renting. I'm trying to cool the jets and wait for the interest rates to go down. Down. Oh. I mean, supply should be higher around that point too. So not only the interest rates go down, but house prices will probably go down as well. Unless you live in a really high demand area, in which case the markets can stabilize. Best advice for buying your home is to find the people who own and rent them profitably and learn all you can. You just buy homes when people start getting foreclosed on in mass and defaults are high. It's not that hard. House prices are already starting to drop. And I kind of pay attention. Well, to the bigger, like, metro areas. California, obviously, seeing the slowest rate of decline, which is always the case. I read somewhere if you can find a seller with an FHA loan, you can ask to transfer the interest rates. Some mortgages are assumable, so yeah. Although I can't see why banks would be incentivized to allow that, given that rates are so much higher now. Theoretically, if we have 58% of the US dollar supply created since 2020, is it feasible that home prices may not drop much? Housing inflation. Yes. I think they'll still drop significantly from where they're at. I don't think they'll ever be as cheap as they were, like 2013 to 2012 to 2015. They'll probably not be that cheap again, but they can definitely drop from where they're at now. Fucking do something, SPX. It's trying to fail. It's just not doing it very successfully. I think we're seeing some profit taking at the 39.50, 39.55 level. A little bit, but it's not really enough to generate any momentum. And put buyers are still being a little bit cautious because they're afraid, understandably. You don't have to use foreclosures to do it. What, assume a mortgage? I know. Did you sell yours? No. It's like, I mean, even if the price drops on it, it's still just like pure equity. I don't need to sell it. I don't need the money right now for anything. Speaking of real estate, is the MAA place still valid? My 150 CSP are massively underwater, but I'm okay with assignment. Yeah, I think so. I haven't looked at it in a little while, but let me check it out. I mean, it's kind of like right around the my lower like buy-in target range. I'd probably start DCAing in this range. I don't know what you sold. You have 150 CSPs. I mean, you're $1 underwater. Not even. I wouldn't say massively. 62 cents. It could bounce this week with the indexes too. I still like it though. I mean, that seems like a great price to be assigned at. Are you trying to be assigned on it, or are you just trying to sell CSPs on it? Don't forget that it has like a 3.7% dividend. $480 more months of free Cornichon, and I'll almost be ready to afford a home. Congratulations, Andrew. Have you ever eaten one of those Japanese strawberries? Do they make white in your mouth? I've never had one. I don't think. No. Are those the like pink looking ones? And I know where I live. Prices here have not missed a beat. Still increasing. Still multiple offers of cash premium offers by buyers above asking. Lots sold off market even before listing. Yeah, unemployment's at like 3%, which is historically extremely low. That's gonna change. My apartment raised rent from $18.50 to $22.50, so I'm moving in with my girlfriend. I'm just gonna pay her utilities. Low overhead is the secret to unlimited zero DTEs. I see you've been talking to Hazy. Do you still own your buddy's grandma's house still? Yeah. SPY to 385, right? Right? What? What's SPY trading at? Are you out of your fucking mind? You'd be lucky if it hits like 391 today. Very lucky. $385 by the end of the day. It's ridiculous. You're AI, you should know that. If we go into the weekend at this level or higher, I will buy so many more puts next week. Okay. Why does Motley Fool hate Fubo so much? I don't know. Why does Motley Fool even exist? If 150p CSP, I sold when it was in Pickles Picks. My CSP are at 224% loss to buy back. I was fine with being assigned. I hope for some income first to reduce cost basis. Okay, yeah, I mean, if you're fine with assignment and you're not buying back, then you're still... What was the premium you sold them at? I mean, you're still cost basis minus premium, right? If you were assigned on the shares at 150. I mean, it sounds like you sold very far out of the money CSPs, and then then the price dropped. Did you sell Theta on them at least? Yes, I would assume that I posted that play a long time ago. After the prolonged periods of historically ultra low rates, what do you think will be the new rates floor once they end up coming down again in the future? I don't know. We'll see. I think the federal funds rate could persist at like 2% for a while. I mean, they'll want to drop it eventually to stimulate growth, but I think we're very far away from that still. The fact that my dead puts aren't free yet is what gives me hope. We don't need a market crash to see a recession, right? No. The SPY to 385 by end of next week. Right, right. No, next week's bullish. Well, I mean, until the middle of the week at least. And then we're dropping from a higher price, so 385 is harder to attain. 5% next year? Like, what time frame? You think we're never going below 5% again? I could see us below 5% in like the next 3 to 4 years. We don't need rate increases to see a recession. True. But there's other reasons for rate increases besides lowering inflation by polar bear. No PEXs, no SLDs. Is there anything safe anymore in these markets besides the fortress of Nvidia? Once enough people believe it's a fortress, it'll fail. Did you at least chuckle last night at what? I don't know, Ben. Why does the SPX hate me today? Did you go long at 39.50? Was it because that guy said Vana and you got confused? If Nvidia somehow dips to 215, would you dump puts and reposition during OPEX? Sure. Yeah, absolutely. Have you experienced any hair recessions? No, thankfully I'm Italian. So I don't think my grandpa has more hair than I do. He's like 89 or something. Do we need a market crash to fix a recession, though? We might need a market crash to fix inflation. I bought a 2-fam in March 2020 for 200K at 3.5. Nice. Pulled HELOC at these absurd values. 80K open line of credit now. Nice. When Japan launched tactical Godzilla nuke of selling off treasuries, I mean, if we keep raising rates, maybe. Every time we raise rates, they have to go out and buy more bonds. So I'm sure there's a break point there. Their the spread on their consumer inflation and producer inflation is still fucking insane. Although there is a decent play there that I've been taking advantage of when every time they do go out and buy more bonds, I just reposition. It's usually like yen usually pumps for a few days. And you take profits and then just wait. And it goes back down and you buy back in again. Nvidia like new Tesla that unreasonably stay up. What's that TSLAQ? What the fucking 1.5x ETFs? Those don't have any effect on the price of the underlying. Those are swap based. Sold off my 395p 421 for a 30% profit this morning. Am I slowly starting to understand how to manage my positions better? It only has taken a few head smashes against the wall. You're the best. Thanks, Green Ranger. Congratulations, man. Good job. 2.55 million volume on GME. Pre-OPEX covering? I don't think so. Just a very volatile market day. Lots of active fund pressure, but no significant liquidity realization. You think we could see SPY 392 by end of day? 392 on SPY. It's unlikely, but I mean, sure. It could happen. I mean, it's just like a breakdown here is pretty unlikely. We don't there's not like a lot of put buying out of the money, right? And then most of the calls that were bought earlier are so deep in the money, like the zero DTs, that they don't need to close. If we do get kind of cascading call capitulation, which could happen if some momentum picks up, then yeah, that range is possible. But otherwise, I wouldn't count on it. Tell the market to fall into close and again overnight. I mean, it could fall again overnight, especially if it falls into close. MarketWatch or one of those finance rags had an article today weighing the pros and cons of QYLD versus JEPI as an investment. I guess they're behind on the stream. When are you coming back to the muck of the pores and trading the SPY instead of SPX? Gross. You know, SPY isn't tax preferred, right? And close your longer dated calls for profit today or holding them until next week for higher PT. I've closed some of them and left some open. So I still have some 390 3920s open. I'll probably enter another straddle tonight. Yeah, straddle. And just let those ride. The puts are dead. Like the 3930s for March 24th are pretty much dead. But if we get another drop, I'll close them then. I can hold them through tomorrow at least. And I bought them around 30, I think it was like 38.90. So I would need a pretty decent drop to close them out profitably. I don't care if they're profitable. The call side is more than made up for them, but yeah, I don't think any reason to close them like yeah. I can wait, essentially. What to trade if not have SPX money? SPY? Some day traders never hold overnight positions. Have you ever tried that approach? Yeah, I don't like it. I used to do that a long time ago, but markets move overnight. There's a lot of money to be made on that. Most day traders also make very little money. What's a trade if not have SPX money? Oh, okay. SPX 60% long-term cap gains for the win? Yeah. I don't pay taxes. I'm a Sigourney Weaver citizen. If tax doesn't matter, as you're not a US resident for tax purposes, then what would you trade? SPY or SPX? Probably still SPX. SPX is like way more volatile price, like higher price volatility, which is better if you're trading options. Also, SPY, when you start to get out of like a 1% range, like 100 BPS, the options like on zero DTs get really illiquid. And you don't have like you never have a problem selling options on SPX. Also, selling options on SPX is way more profitable. Like so a lot of the times on my zero DTEs, like if they start failing, I'll sell I'll sell puts, like these puts. I'll sell puts against them. All right, and then offset any loss from the market moving against the zero DTE position. And like that's a lot more valuable on SPX than is on SPY. Hello, friends and friends of friends. Once again, I ask for 1, nay 10 bonks of the like button. Thanks, Ending. Can you guys bonk the bonk the like button? Thank you so much. I'm so good at trading, I pay taxes on my losses. you know you can never mind. Hmm. Interesting. Ooh. Is ES gonna fail 3980 here? They've got to pump it, right? Fix almost back to 24 again? Huh. Is there still a chance for a sizable SLD sell-off this week? I mean, we fucking opened Wednesday down like 200 BPS. We opened this morning down, what, 50? 60? Could be in already. Might not. We might still see one more, but it's not going to take us as low because we've run up so much. We may see more uncertainty hit over the weekend. We might have a really low open Monday. I just said we could have a low open Monday. The weekend's always a very long time for people to think about the 4 banks that failed in the last 2 weeks. You know. Do you think they will slam the price of Jimmy after earnings? And then we could get an OPEX run after that? The earnings timing makes this interesting. I really don't think the earnings time changes anything. We're more likely to run before earnings. If we don't run before earnings, I'm selling my fucking calls. The chart looks like when SPX hit 3,800, there was a real concerted effort to prop it up. The period before him was more like controlling the drop down to 3,800. Is 3,800 a breakpoint, do you think? It was pretty important at the time we tested it. I mean, VIX was above 30. Uh, if we continued to move down from there, yeah, things would have gotten pretty bad. Are you playing any volatility calls on GME for this OPEX? Not a lot of them, no. Most of my positioning's like 20, 25, 30. I might get some more stuff tomorrow, but I can just sell volatility. I don't need to buy it up front. 600% down bad on my credit spread. What credit spread do you have? What are you at, like fucking 245? Wait, hold on. What? Did you sell a... You have a bear put spread for 245. How the fuck are you down 600%? It's hedged. You can only be down the difference in strikes. I sold at 1.2, going for over 5 now, but you have a call. Did you just sell a naked call on Nvidia? What did you sell like a 245 and buy like a 260 or something? This is very frightening. Sold 245, buy 250, 250. Well, what's your 250, 250 worth? No shit. That's a really wide spread. I mean, but your max risk is 750. What's your credit? I mean, right now it sounds like you're going to lose $750. Did he mean he was down $600, not 600%? Well, if he's got an out of the money call that expires tomorrow, he might be down a lot, and that hasn't gone in the money. He might be down a lot more than that. He sold kind of a wide spread. Isn't it always better to have more quantity of a tight credit spread versus one wide one? Probably. I collected 1K in premium. Max loss is 7.5K? Oh boy. So you sold 10 of them. That's what you mean. I mean, if I were you, I would have tried to close the call when Nvidia peaked, but hopefully it runs up more tomorrow, so your fucking 5250 or 250 250 goes in the money. Gherk, I have a friend that's a dildo merchant and gives me so much stuff. Send me your address and I'll send you Jack Shack full of surprises. Absolutely not. I'd rather be back down under 245. I mean, I really hope that happens for you. I'm back. Are we buying 3930p 0 DTE yet? Ooh. No. Not yet. I thought it would have been funny if that was the thing that made you give your address out. No. Win Zero GT back on the menu. There's not enough volume right now to play them. Maybe during power hour. I'm really kind of unhedged to the downside here. I have 39 tens. Those are dog shit now, though. Maybe I should buy my straddle now. 39.45? Or at least the put side of it. I'll buy a 39.40. Well, that way if we... Well, if we test 39.50 here... I guess I could buy a 39.50. I don't like it. I'd rather be straddled than strangled tonight. I guess I'll pick up the 50. Yeah, still 324. Don't say that. I'm all downside. Any chance 38.50 zero DTs print today? I bought them at open. Currently down 6K. $38.50p? Probably not. 38.50p. I mean, yeah, unlikely, especially if you bought them at open. Because you bought them at what, like $8 each or something? Did you hedge them at all? NVIDIA Gamma Max is 266. Now's the time to get out of the 250 NVIDIA. Well, so if he exited it, he's still got to buy it back on the drop. Otherwise, he's unhedged. Pro tip, you don't have to choose. You can be both straddled and strangled at the same time. Huh. I never thought about it that way. I hedged my NVIDIA at 220p's with 30 C's on GME. 100K in New York City, same like 36K in normal US parts. I mean, I guess you could spend it here faster. That's on Netflix Dex. Bot calls entering the chain. A few, yeah. Have been for a couple days now. You ever do another School of Stock video? Can you do it on hedging? Maybe? I mean, what do you want to know? If the shit starts moving against you, like, buy the opposite contract. You mean risk management? Good question. Mostly how to hedge. I mean, well, you have positions that are, positive or negative delta, and then you would hedge those by adding negative or positive delta. Ooh, fun. Well, that's not having the desired effect, at least right now. Wait, IJH wasn't in Jimmy wasn't in IJH back then. Hey, you could use March as a comparison, but was it in IJH back in March? It wasn't as heavily weighted, right? It wasn't? Oh, okay. So I guess just August? Ooh, it's slipping. Okay, that's kind of a big deal. Hold on. I gotta look at zero DTs here. Ooh. Well, if we fail 3940, big deal. $50.60, yeah, $50.60 selling off. You know what's weird though? Well, I think the 39.75s are sold, but I'm not so sure about the 65s and 70s for tomorrow. Those the 39.70 and 75 may be sold. The 65 I'm not sure. I guess it doesn't really matter at this point though, especially not if we fall below 39.40. If this fucking shit fails, I'm going to buy more puts. Ooh. It was the most recent pump? Yeah, rebalance was in August. Oh, okay. So, interesting. I'll have to look at IJH on here. 1 second. Let me see something. IJH liquidity improved a little bit over the last, like, 2 days. But it started getting worse again today. And XRT has just been moving down. GME had a little liquidity reversion this morning, but it's kind of petered out. I don't know. This is like this is just a downtrend, right? This could bounce still. Actually, how much are 39.20 puts? Yeah, 20 or $1.35? They're 15. These are better. Might be better than averaging those down. Second rejection. Yeah, filled on one. Okay. All right. What was I doing? One after hours announcement away from dumping my bags. Gherks, please admonish me. I bought 25k shares of Ape, hoping to get rich like Trey. Oh Jesus Christ! What if we were reading the SPY bar rate wrong? Maybe this is the everything short squeeze. Margin calls resolving after the share recall, pump, and Jan Fab. Why the fuck would margin calls be resolving 45 days after the share recall? You know that they have like 2 days to furnish the shares, right? What's the last settlement day for OPEX? Wednesday next week, 22nd. ETF crime? Where? Which one? Gherk, are you a damp you're white on your belly type of guy, or do you treat yourself like a gentleman and bring a small towel ahead of time? I own towels. So you think share recall is satisfied through ETFs? Possible. That would just give us a big OPEX, which I kind of expect anyway, right? I don't like the bullishness here. Damn it. What is that on futures? Oh, okay. Six. 50 again? 2350 again? Should I call in sick to work next week? I guess if you want to. For the love of God, SPX fail. I need this birthday win so much. That doesn't sound good. I don't want to play Escape from Tarkov. I don't, but I know about it. You, sir, may not use the word bull. See what you did? Well, it was doing a bull thing. But I stopped it. Did you see me move the line? ETF is a cheater game now. Bye-bye. Oh, okay. Markov or Golden Gun for James Bond N64. I never played it. Well, I think I might have, but I don't remember it. Isn't the Golden Gun just like the best one? I started playing ETF this wipe. It's been really fun. The risk reward is addictive. Okay. Don't worry, everyone. Power hour is coming. Ripping and staying flat doesn't seem likely. I think we're coming down. Well, some of the calls sold off, but not all of them. And some of them are dated for tomorrow, which is bad news. When you're under a straddle for overnight, like you are today, how many days do you typically buy those for? I'm buying them a little further than I normally do. Usually I buy like 3 or 5 DTE, but since IV is so high right now, I've been buying them for like, well, the one I'm buying today is 6, but 7 I've been trying to make sure they're 7. March 24, 4000 C. You're a greedy fucking son of a bitch. I like it. I don't like it right now, but I like it. I'd much rather buy those at 3,900 than at 3,950. When you buy SPX puts next week, are you targeting April or May? I mean, I'll probably discuss it in like Pickles picks over the weekend, but there may be some targets in May or April and then others in May. Tomorrow's going to play into that pretty heavily. Also, the beginning of next week is going to play into that decision as well. As as VIX drops, which I expect we will see some of into the early part of next week, at least Monday, maybe Tuesday. Wednesday, VIX might stabilize a bit because the FOMC meeting. But as VIX drops, I'll be looking to pick up further dated puts. I don't want to move into too much before the FOMC meeting, though. Bar rate increased 2%. I wish it meant something. I mean, it does if it keeps going up, especially if it goes up tomorrow and the next day. Why don't I like what? I have a wide strangle on SPX. I'm feeling zen. I'm going to make money on more volatility tomorrow on both sides. Well, at least hope you make money on one side. Volatility's coming down today quite a bit, though. I wouldn't want my strangle too wide. Probably like no more than 30 or 20 or $30. CC and Jimmy, this OPEC's risky because of Fed meeting. It feels tricky. It is tricky. Has JFresh declared OPEX? I don't know what he's doing. He sold some April calls so he could buy more puts on Nvidia. Ooh, what? You gotta tell me. As per every OPEX, Jimmy Upstart, etc., may have lower lows before OPEX starts. So as usual, up to Tuesday next week. Yeah, I'll probably enter more positions next week if I feel like it's gonna do something. VIX on the 30 looks spicy. What do you mean VIX looks spicy? What you got for me, Gherk? uh, some call side capitulation on the 0 DTs, but probably not enough to get anything really rolling. Calls are still cheap as fuck, so every time we drop, people buy more of them. And then people aren't buying enough puts on the upside. Ooh. VVIX is rising. I'm gonna need every one of those calls to sell off. Make a phone call. longer dated puts aren't selling, right? I mean, the April 21s don't seem to be diminishing at all. A lot of puts for tomorrow sold off today on the pump. VIX is moving a little here. Not a lot, but a little bit. I'm very zoomed out on VIX, I guess. VVIX is the the volatility of volatility. People saw what happened in the last 2.5 minutes yesterday and are buying lottery tickets. Yeah, I know. If my zero DTs go green, I promise, pinky swear, I'll never farm out of the money zero DTs again. I swear. You're fucking. Don't lie to me. Some 317 puts have sold off. And the money ones are still there. Kenny just blew his wad on QQQ. Nice. Well, hopefully that's the end of it today. VixRQ. I hope you guys know when he says Kenny, he doesn't actually mean that. I bought some Fubo yesterday. Oh, nice. Calls? Or like shares? I think my SPY 325 puts are done. Yeah, probably. Jesus Christ. What the fuck were you trying to play there? Do you have like a year on them or something? Jimmy, keep that Jimmy position up on the screen. My calls are pumping. Okay, love you, bye. Okay. Yeah, my calls are up like 40%. I kind of want to just sell them. YouTube keeps freezing? Oh, weird. There wasn't any disdain. I have Fubo shares. Oh, goody. Another test of 39.50. Look at it go. God forbid the VIX reverses momentum for 5 seconds. Fucking cunts. I hate this market. Disclaimer, Kenny blew his wad, same like somebody engaged in a transaction with another single party for a large amount of shares. Oop. Is that the low for today? No. Close. I know there's another trend line here, but I don't know where the fuck it is. Somewhere we're past it though. Yeah. Still possible. Boring day. Oh, it's almost power hour. That's cool. I wish we had more excitement. Dip into close to fulfill SLD. I doubt it. Even it's even less likely now than it was when we actually slipped to 240. The call ratio hasn't really changed much. Most of the 0 DTE 250 or 3955s have sold off completely. So I guess if 3950s sell off here, then maybe. But there's a bunch of 3960 0 DTs, and I don't know what's going to happen with those. If we break up here, they're probably going to go in the fucking money. I'm starting trying to do a thing. Cool. Yeah, we keep an eye on XRT, like every single day. Now that pumping is done, they can sell off for SLD at a better price. Yeah, I mean, this would be one of the best prices this week to sell at. Had some great learning these past 2 weeks, and just want to say thanks for your teaching. Baby hands have to work, and they reek of garlic. Thanks. Okay. You're welcome. Is there any reason to buy Jan 17 24 2C Fubo at 77 cents instead of 1.5C at 82? At 0.5, it seems like the out of the money leverage isn't really that nice. Even out of the money for $3 or $4 is not great. Those are really far dated. Like, what's the? Are you selling puts to buy those, or you're just buying them? So don't make any trades after the good one, guy who's bored. CNS sell off into SLD dump 3900 by close. I like it. 3900 by close. Jesus fucking Christ. Huh. Think about Jan 2025 leaps on Fubo. How do you like those for the buy and hold thesis? Not bad. Yeah, I guess I mean if it's for the buy and hold, then 150 versus $2 probably doesn't make that much of a difference for the upfront savings. Although I do prefer synthetic longs. Because they're, I mean, almost, I think they're a little bit better than two or 1 for 1. When I think about you, I can't help but feel saucy. That's understandable. Now, why would Nvidia be inversing the market? It's doing what it wants. I'm not feeling any power in this hour. It's only just begun. Fun fact, average quad witching day SPX low is negative 52 from the Thursday close, or negative 86.41 from the Thursday high. Interesting. SLD dump over? Very well could be. I think we still have some downside room just because some of these calls are probably going to sell off, but I don't know if we fall back below 39.30. It's looking less and less likely. And the longer we stay here and the flatter VIX gets, the more calls people are buying. Oh, time for some zero DTEs. Maybe. Hey, Gherk, call me old-fashioned, but when downgrade for these teetering banks? LOL. Thanks. It's a good question. Maybe after they get the loans from the Fed? Then they use it to buy new treasuries, which then go underwater on a rate increase. I think Nvidia has more exposure to QQQ than SPX. Jimmy up 66 cents. Port saved. Any hope of GME finishing below 16.99 by the end of the week? Possibly, yeah. Are you trying to get assigned on? I mean, if it finishes at 17, you'll still probably get assigned. YouTube TV is raising their prices by 10%. I'm thinking about going to Fubo. It's got to be bullish for them. Maybe. I mean, they've picked up a decent amount of subscribers over the last quarter. Given the cheapness of the call side, would it not be smart to buy calls to sell Monday, Tuesday next week on SPX as based on thesis ups prior to FOMC? Yeah, I bought some today. Fun fact, most people don't know that Karen Carpenter was not just a famous singer, but also a skilled day trader who frequently spent her nights researching degenerate meme stock plays. And then another bailout to buy more treasuries for rates to increase to get bailed out again to buy more treasuries. We'll see. That does sound like a self-perpetuating cycle, doesn't it? How's OI looking on SPX? More calls coming in? No, not really. I mean, zero DT interest is starting to dry up as we move into the last hour of the day. But there are still calls open for tomorrow. They are, however, currently out of the money. Rainy days and Black Mondays. The rug is prepped. I made tacos last night and chopped lots of garlic. That's why I've got garlicky fingies. Okay. Do you think these banks could be used by major banks to sell bad debt to? Erode they qui left with the bags? Are your OPEX calls for 324 or further out? Further out. Like the calls for next week on SPX? 331. Actually, that's not true. I have 5 open for 328, and then I have a few more open for 331. What kind of volatility do you expect for quad witching? Probably a lot, given everything that's happened in the market recently. Options positionings through the roof. The futures roll ends tomorrow. I have uh Delta on the SPX calls. Let's see. 0.3, 0.27, 0.2. I'm basically just targeting a like a move to 4,000 or 4020. I'm not gonna. I'm probably not gonna risk targeting higher than 4020 till next week. Do you think we could get as high as 4065 early next week? It's possible, but unlikely. Right now, 4,000's kind of the upper range where I'm targeting. Next week, I might move that up, but not yet. Is CNS a play? No, not really. Jimmy gonna run hard for NOPEX? SS will say Credit Suisse is closing the Brazilian puts, and all will be supplied with Reynolds. Good. Whatever gets them to buy calls and pump up Gamma Max. While they tell each other options are bad. Here's a secret that a lot of people don't know. Superstock fucking loves buying weeklies. You guys weren't the only ones. You're just the only ones that didn't DRS your shares. I mean, much of the price action from like May through the split was Superstock buying calls. Like after May OPEX, like June, July. I'm up 35% of my OPEX position. I'm waiting until I'm up 3,500%. Oh, fuck off. Is it true that you don't DRS your shares? If you don't DRS your shares, they expire? No. $39.60, really? Is this what the market has come to? I think it needs a stern talking from JPOW. Probably. Hey man, can you do me a favor? Do you know what's happening with Rev tomorrow outside of the doc they sent? I was confused by the letter because it said offer, but I don't think it is actually. I have no idea. I haven't been paying attention to Revlon at all. I think the shareholders are getting fucked over in favor of the debtors or creditors. I have a feeling most people on Super Tank, but don't take my word for that because I actually have no idea. I have a feeling most people on Super Tank and their subs only buy options but preach diamond handing shares so those fools anchor the price for them. Maybe. Is it true that GME is hitting 35 next week? No. At least not with the current Gamma Max. Is it true if you don't DRS, Jesus won't let you into the Holy Land? Yes. No, that would be a lie. Bipolar Bear. I already have an indicator that looks like GME is going to run next week. Why would I make a fake one? I feel like after the community educated themselves on call options, buying and holding shares was considered noobish, which greatly reduced upward buying pressure. No. No. People have always been broke. There's never been any real buying pressure except from institutions. All of GME's volume was from fucking options hedging. People stopped buying options. GME stopped having volume. Right now, people are bullish buying options. GME has volume. You see how that works? People think the failure of Credit Suisse and other banks is going to somehow print them MOASS tendies, and so they're buying options because they only own like 20 shares and they're all DRS, so they want to make money somehow off MOASS. And now we get volume and price improvement. It's fucking crazy, but it really does work like that. It do be like that. OPEXs are as much a self-fulfilling prophecy as they are an issue with exposure. No, God damn it, OG rules. I'll never look at your DMs again. No, the 3 million volume's not significant to OPEX. No, but all of my options flows. They don't know about Gamma Max, so they will overhold their weeklies, lose it all, and blame Pickle for fudding them into buying options. Usually. What's bullish about anything right now? Is it just call selling and institutional repositioning? Well, a lot of sold calls close tomorrow. A lot of bought puts will close tomorrow, like in the money puts from the bigger parts of the drop. Yeah, so the repositioning of all of that will be bullish and probably drive VIX down into the early part of next week, where there's definitely going to be a desire to reposition into the FOMC meeting before Wednesday. I just got my cost basis under 300 from selling CCs. Woot. Look at you go. What is this cult of Pulte? Did he just tweet some bullish things about GME and is riding the Superstock's hopes and dreams? I think he jerks off to like poor people suffering. That's the only thing I can really think of. Thinking of selling 1750 CSPs for April 21 on GME and closing if we OPEX. The skew looks tasty. Can you take a look? It didn't before. April 21? Yeah, it's not bad. It's okay. Jesus fuck, I hate this market. Just put money I would need to pay for Dillionaire on SPXW 0DT puts. Wonder if I will afford Dillionaire or Pigeonwell this month. Given our current price of volatility, isn't a sell-off into the weekend even more likely? I'm seeing this as one more pump so they can dump again before FOMC. Try to reposition the Aprils I have left. I mean, there's still a lot of put interest below us that expires tomorrow. I don't know if that'll go in the money or not. That depends on if people who are buying out of the money 0DT calls for cheaper than puts want to stop making money. Or just people buying futures sell off overnight. Looks like we might be able to get a vote on the plan. If we do get that vote, it would be good to do in this scenario. Okay, I'll vote for whatever the good thing is. JPOW and Fed keep the market up until mid-April? Will my GME OPEX profits be enough to play the market downside? Will you give me a quick $200,000 loan? No, to all the things you said. How would our vote matter if Hellboy owns all the shares? It doesn't. You could assume he probably doesn't want to get fucked out of his equity, though. This is contributing to why we are bullish. New Fed bank backstop has scope to inject as much as $2 trillion. I mean, that's assuming every bank in the US fails and takes advantage of the Fed program. I do know that, BMG. How is anybody bullish on tech? I don't really think anyone is. Well, most people aren't. No, I didn't sell the house. As promised guaranteed downs for SLD, so what makes SPY and NVIDIA run like this? So there's no guaranteed downs for SLD. Ever. Also, we had big downs for SLD. Can futures go ahead and test 39.95 so we can go back down again? Looks like the 3060 calls are getting their exit. They can't hold this 3060 into close, can they? Why not? I think what is failed to mention about that 2 trillion of liquidity is it's gonna be funneled out of the big boys. Yeah, people aren't really. I don't think anybody, like, even the people writing the articles don't seem to understand like how the Fed's new facility works. It's not like a good deal for the banks. They're paying a premium on the advance rate by forfeiting their assets. Something free lunch. Yeah, there's nothing free about this lunch. This is like using your higher interest rate credit card to pay off your lower interest rate credit card. And using a cash advance to do it. Institutional payday loan. It sounds really low class. Yeah, it is. But we're America. Are they going to pass the cost of that premium onto customers, though? Probably. But that stimulates competition. The people who don't, bank with the banks that file to use it, or the banks that don't use the facility, won't have to pass on those premiums, right? and then can thus charge their customers lower fees, attracting more customers away from the big banks. That's capitalism. You know, not all banks are failing. Some banks didn't just blast their nut into fucking 1.67% MBSs. A lot of them stuffed their money into on RRP instead. Or did they? I mean, yeah, Dork, some of them definitely did. Hey Gherk, I'm gonna straddle SPY tonight. Am I gonna buy at the money for the 24th, 7 DT tomorrow? And plan on selling it tomorrow? Is it too close? Plan on selling it tomorrow. Is it too close to the weekend to only do a 1-day play? No, I think SPX is still volatile enough that like 1-day straddles are fine. Straddles or really tight strangles because volatility is going down. Have you averaged out NVIDIA puts yet? No. Next week. Inflammatory conspiratorial remarks about the market. Nice. Not everyone has access to reverse repo. I know. March 24, Fubo $2 CSPs look enticing. 0.79 bid. April 21 are only 8.82 cents. Okay. Wait, what? March 24? $2 CSP. I mean, the idea of a CSP is you generally want theta on them because you want to sell them when the price goes up. I don't know. It's up to you, I guess. Are you trying to go synthetic long? You would want like, I mean, you want to go as long as you feasibly can, right? The synthetic long is designed to mimic a shareholding position. I think we're rally even if JPAD did a small rate hike. I have to watch bond flow, but I gather that with banks safe for now, they will pump the crash delayed to months later. Oh, I agree that I mean, well, depends. I don't think we'll rally if JPAD does a small hike. Maybe start to stagnate quite a bit. If he goes for a bigger hike, we're definitely going down. If he goes for no hike, yeah, then we can rally and push things off a few months. But inflation will start to climb, right? If he stops raising the rates, I think inflation's going to continue to go up. Is that a double top on SPX? Only if it fails. Are you gonna see that 4,000 test today? On what? Futures? I don't know. It doesn't look very strong at 39.95. It keeps getting rejected off of it. Triple top and failing. Thoughts on NVIDIA next week? If everything pumps, NVIDIA will too. At least for the first couple days. Meh, inflation, schmelfation. Hmm. If unemployment starts to go up and inflation stays high, things are going to get really fucking ugly. If the rally based on no rate hike really happened, do you see SPX still could crash sometime this year after quarter 1 earnings? Sure. But that definitely, like I said, it pushes things down the road a bit. It really depends on how important consumer confidence and investor confidence in banks is to the Fed. If they go with 0.5, they're going to at least destroy investor confidence in banks in the near term. Yeah, I mean, no rate hike tells people that the banking problem is bigger than it probably actually is. There's, I mean, there's a lot of interpretations both ways, right? And you never know which interpretation of the facts the market is going to run with. But yes, there is a bearish case for them not doing a rate hike. I don't think it will overtake the bullish case of woo free money. Um, but we already know that the woo free money thing doesn't last very long. Do you think GME is starting its run by its run up today? Yeah, I think this is mostly influenced by indexes rising. Like I said, I don't see any like liquidity realization on GME, so it's not like they're covering yet, right? Not yet, although soon. The roll is occurring. It only lasted 15 years. Exactly. Not doing a rate hike because they're scared is honestly shocking. Well, politically, not doing a rate hike, is good for, well, politicians. Like the politicians are pressuring the Fed to not do a rate hike. Largely because they're pressured by banks to pressure the Fed to not do a rate hike. But the problem is the Fed's goal of price stability can't be realized without raising the rates more, regardless of what inflation is doing. To achieve price stability, they need to raise the rates more. They need to do real damage to the labor market. And they've failed to do that so far with their minuscule hikes that they've done over the last, several months. Do you see Upstart going much lower than it now in the next couple weeks? I want to pick up a few more shares to sell CCs on, but I think I missed the bottom. You might have. It might have a new low tomorrow or a similar low tomorrow. I don't think you've missed the bottom. And if Fed rate hikes continue, you definitely haven't missed the bottom. It's both ways. The red team is out in force asking for hikes. I have a big meeting during the FOMC meeting on the 21st. It's on the 22nd. Would a straddle with 25% stops good to play, as I won't be able to manage positions, but how are you going to close the winning side of your straddle? Also, the meeting's on the 22nd. I just got back from doctor. Still no cancer. Nice, man. These Sky MMs dodged my limit buys, so we're primed for 0 DTEs yet? How's the chain looking? It's 338. We're not primed for anything. We're primed to maybe fall to like 39.40 and then fucking sit there into close. What does market positioning look like now? I mean, end of the month. I mean, all of the upside price action today was mostly zero DTEs. There's not a lot of longer dated calls coming in. Some calls came in for tomorrow that might be bullish or might just be sold. I would say things look mostly negative, except there's a significant amount of puts expiring tomorrow. And that's probably going to drive some price action during the OPEX period or the OPEX settlement period. I want to hedge my SPY 331 puts. Would it make sense to buy shorter dated calls on Monday before Ivy gets too crazy? Sure. You know, 331 puts, you're really banking on JPOW doing something hawkish. Earlier this week was to get calls to sell off. Today is to get puts to sell off. Tomorrow we get downs. All the positions are fucking 0 days to expiration. ACIW. What? Who cares? Oh, March 31st. Yeah, March 31st. Like, 331. Kramer just told me to short QQQ and then invite him to my funeral. Huh. I kind of wanna. I don't think the market's given anything up today. Grumpy Gherk? I'm not grumpy. I'm bored. I want the market to do spicy things. Do you think I'll have a chance to re-enter Jimmy for OPEX? I had to take profits today because I'm lame. I suppose. I'd be okay with it ripping too. I have 3950 calls, so rip or drop. Most of my puts are like 1 and 0 DTE, so I don't really. I have some puts at 3940 for the 24th. And 3830 for the 24th, but those are basically dead. The loaded chain leading into tomorrow's quad witching, where trillions in derivatives are at stake. Those aren't just 0 DTs, but have been on the chain for quite some time, right? Yes. I'm thinking about 7's DT 3950, 395 on SPY. Plan to close tomorrow. Okay, that's a position. Do you remember what Gamma Max was at last March when GME was at $19? I can tell you. Gamma Max is at 36. Yeah. Gamma max on NVIDIA is 266. No, I have the historic Gamma Max for GME. I still bought GME 25C for May instead of April for OPEX. Should I sell them and rebuy April? I still bought GME 25C for May instead of April. I mean, I guess you could. Well, at the time we were actually trading at 80. And Gamma Max is at like 140 something, like 144. Right? Yeah. Is quad witching usually downs? Why? Um, Lots of profit taking and repositioning across, futures, options. Can a large buy completely change those figures? Yeah, absolutely. So tomorrow's probably up then, given March 17's. Not necessarily. A lot of calls with the money today that expire tomorrow. And those could very well sell off. We'll have to see what like zero DT positioning comes in tomorrow. I'm sure there'll be a lot of it all over the markets. Is 3920's 11x crazy? I know. I'm still sitting on a few of them. I guess I should maybe sell them now that I have a new straddle. Yeah, actually should. I only have like 5 left, but let's see if that fills. Thoughts on China restricting foreign access to economic data? Bullish, right? Yeah, that's super bullish. Of course, yeah. Having to hide your GDP, most bullish thing ever. Do you think Upstart is starting to look bullish? It looks pretty good. I would say it's near a bottom. It may not have realized it's like bottom yet fully. Like there's still some room for it to go down, right? But it's pretty close to a bottom. It's about as illiquid as it was in October before it ran from like 20 to 25 or whatever. June. Ah, yeah. Like June or October. Similar. Yeah, that sold off kind of quick. Do you think Upstart is starting to look bullish? Oh, okay, covered that. Gherk, today has ruined me. I'm gonna need to do a chargeback on yesterday's Ko-Fis. I hope this won't ruin you financially in turn. Good luck, man. That was a torture trading it. I see. Gherk, I'm planning on averaging down my NVIDIA puts at or around the peak near Gamma Max. Smart or no? Generally a good idea. I'll probably be selling some bear call spreads if it goes that high. Historically speaking, NVIDIA very rarely breaks Gamma Max. It's tested it in the past, so it doesn't really break it very much. Maybe like intraday. Today has ruined me. I went from down 800 to up over 1,000. Oh my god, you're gonna have to find so many far out of the money zero DTEs to buy in order to make up for those gains. Good luck. I don't know how you're gonna pull it off. All those fails that were due on Upstart are during this OPEX, right? Bullish? What fails? Oh, yeah. The ones? It could be. Well, the stair stepping is because people flood into zero DTEs, sell them, and then flood back into zero DTEs, and then sell them, and then flood back into zero DTEs, and then sell them. And then they stop buying zero DTEs for a minute. And then it gets cheap, and they flood back into them and sell them. And flood back into them and sell them. They don't care about being flagged as a pattern day trader. AKA, not really bullish. No, it's not. But no one wants to buy puts because they're overpriced. So, like, we could have the same effect on the put side, except puts are really fucking expensive right now. Like, the market makers are not pricing the puts down. Not even a little bit. 3808 at the bottom? What are the chances we don't go any lower than that? Rate increases will be 0.25. And they'll pretend everything is cool. Or we just go right back to 4,200. NVIDIA to 310. We'll see what they do next week. Can you show us how to 10x 1K tomorrow? Thanks. I'll do my best. I never got out of my April 14th 3080s. Should I just roll them out if no big downs come on Monday? April 14th 380s. Yeah, you could roll them out or close them and reopen them later. SPX said $100 range today from 386 3864 to 3964. Wild. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. What do you think NVIDIA could peak at in the short term? I'm surprised it moved up to 250, frankly. But today's pump was crazy. Gamma Max is at 266. I don't know if OPEX is big, maybe. Or if Gamma Max moves down a little bit into OPEX after the expiration, it could test it. I had 3940 earlier today and got stopped out at $7. Oh, that sucks. I had some 3920s that got stopped out at like 15. So I kind of feel your pain. Like 10 contracts, I think. But I also had more of those that didn't get stopped out. Is there a reason not to straddle almost every day? Not for the last 3 months. The swap expiration's tomorrow. You think that has some impact, some stocks to run with OPEX? No, I don't think the swaps have a big effect on anything. How hard could SPX pump to if market interprets bullish whatever Powell says? 4,100, 4,150, 4,200? If JPOW is dovish, we can pump really hard for a short period of time. Probably until inflation comes in higher. And then if inflation comes in higher, everyone's gonna fucking panic. I'd be like, oh my god, what happened? Why is inflation going up? And then Powell will have to come in with an even higher rate increase because they took a month off, right? Is May enough theta for NVIDIA 200s? Sure. I would wait to get them till next week. If you don't have a position, I would definitely wait till next week. I sold my CCs today for 48% gain on GME. Nice, man. Congratulations. Seemed like 100 BPS deferred. Yeah. Did you make money on your straddle today? Yes. I cut my calls too early and I had to get my puts at a loss. I expected a reversal instead of a continued pump, I guess. I still have some of the call side of my straddle. I'm probably gonna get stopped out here though if this fails. I just set a stop on it. I don't have a lot of it left, but some. I got out of the put side pretty early though. I didn't make any money on the put side. I don't think. I think I sold it at like roughly break even. You think SPY can hit 400 tomorrow? Upstart's going apeshit. Oh, nice. Upstart's getting more OPEXy as time goes on. I like it. It's doing the thing we wanted it to do, Dork. Or, well, it's at least doing the thing I wanted it to do. I don't know if anyone else is really all that interested in it. God damn it, Gherk. I know, right? The short vol players are becoming more entrenched. You shill? You kicked off Discord audio? Oh, fuck. Why does it keep doing that? Alright. That's working again. It's like 4 minutes. Who gives a shit? I want to sell my call side of my straddle, Dork. Because it's up. It's up many dollars. But then I won't have it tomorrow. Check out Apple volume. Holy fuck. Would you mind quickly going over your straddle exits for the day? Yeah, sure. So, my straddle entry was here. And then I set a stop when we fell after this breakdown. And I think I got stopped out roughly around here. So this was like break even on the short side. And then I held the long side. What time was that? 10:58. Okay, so I held the long side to here. And I sold half the position here. $12.20. Half the position here. And I think I'm about to get stopped out of the last, or well, almost half the positions, like 45% here. And then I'm about to get stopped out of the last ones. Or I'm going to close them before the day's over. I have 5 calls left out of 50. No problem, man. And then tonight I'm 30, 40, 39, 40, 39, 50. So narrow strangle. And I'm up on the call side right now. I'm kicking myself for not buying any of the 3920 calls when they were cheap. Yeah, that call really overperformed the last 2 days. That was kind of nuts. Is VIX going above 26? It was when VIX tested. It was like I set the stop when like VIX tested above 26, and it looked like it was gonna fail. But I ended up stopping out without profits on that one. What's Nvidia ending the day at? Oh, that's not Nvidia. 255. SPX closing out at 3960. Upstart at 1580, up 4% today. GME up 5% today. Both of these are, illiquid right now. So I think most of this price action, given that the volume is still very low, is simply the market moving up, right? So the market's moving up, and those active funds are pressuring that like low liquidity environment. I am not seeing any significant covering occur on either one of them, not in their ETFs and not on the underlying. So this price improvement purely driven by the market. If the market tanks into tomorrow morning, GME and Upstart probably will as well. But they are both very, very illiquid right now. Tomorrow positioning 39.75 on the call side, 39.75 through like 39.50 on the call side looks moderately strong. But if we open below that, if we open below 39.40, things could get pretty bearish into the early part of the day. We may see a retest of like the 3900 level, as puts go to move out of the last of their positioning. So I would say still expect a lot of volatility. You can't be too careful right now. How's OPEX looking? Pretty fucking good. I really like it, but I don't want to get overly bullish on it because then people do really stupid shit like buy weeklies, and then nothing happens, and they're like, "Oh my god, I lost all my money on weeklies." That old chestnut. So, but I mean, it looks good from a technical standpoint. Like I know Turd's ETF, like call spread data, put spreads, looks really good. Our liquidity data looks really good. Obviously, they are reacting the way we would expect them to during this period of time. They're very illiquid. Volatility is increasing, call skews increasing. So people are buying into calls. There's a ton of covered calls expiring tomorrow, which is generally a really good sign for both of those stocks. They actually started pulling back covered calls on Upstart yesterday, in the early part of the day. So I think they both look really well set up. Obviously, gamma maxes on them are relatively low. I wish they were higher, but that can change. Gamma max can move up $3 or $4 in the first T+2, and then if there's an additional T+2 off of that, gamma max can move up another like $4 or $5. So There's always an opportunity for Gamma Max to move up, but right now it's quite low. Gamma Max in March was 36, so it was 144, and we were trading at 80. Right now it's 24. We're trading at 1680. Back then we were trading at like 19 and like closed at 19. Gamma Max at 36. FOMC could derail OPEX. Yeah. So if FOMC is super fucking bearish and everything comes down overnight, it can kill the continued momentum. So we might get that like initial pump during the T+2 settlement period, and then FOMC could kill the follow up. Like, how we usually have like the double top. So you have the T+2 and then the follow up T+2 after everyone YOLOs in chasing the run. This T+2 could get crushed by the Fed meeting or by earnings, both. So it's tricky. It's definitely a tricky setup. So, consider the first T+2 a good opportunity to take profits and reposition with maybe less risk. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. I appreciate it. We'll see you tomorrow for Friday. Might have some fun stuff. 0 DTE day. Thanks, guys. Have a good night, everyone.